All right. Welcome, guys, to Press X Podcast, or PXP for short. Thank you so much for being here. This is episode 145. And, also welcome if you're new. If you're new to the channel, or, maybe you just happen to come across this podcast. I feel like I don't say that enough. I feel like I'm always just kind of talking in my videos or, in the podcast, basically like, oh, hey, what's up, guys? Not realizing that there could very well be new people here, showing up. So, yeah, I have a new setup here, which I'm pretty excited about. Mini Tom says, looks like a podcast setup now. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. I've been anybody who's been watching my podcast for some time knows that it's went through so many different incarnations. There have been so many different setups, Can I see the chat? Yes. I have a big screen in front of me. I can see everything. Although the one thing I didn't actually think about, although I have a solution to it right now, actually, I realized it at the last moment, is when it comes to super chats, it's under what's called like viewer activity, and they're very long. They go across almost the whole screen, and my camera's right in front of me, and I realize, oh wait, So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if at any point, if you just see me kind of like, moving over here, it's just to read a super chat. However, I have the pop out chat, and that makes it much easier to read super chats. I prefer reading it through the pop-out chat, but the only thing is, with the pop-out chat, the super chats can actually disappear. So that's the difference between, reading a super chat that comes, up through the pop-out versus checking it out through viewer activity. You also might see me adjusting the mic a little bit. The one nice thing about the setup, and one of the reasons why I wanted to have a setup like this, is it allows me to move around a little bit, to have a little bit more freedom. I do these podcasts for like 4 hours, 4.5 hours usually. And, and so now, it'll just be nice to be able to kind of lean back a little bit when I have to. And on top of that, a lot of you guys like seeing my cats, Boss and Leia. And I feel like with the setup that I've had for the past couple of months, you can't see them anymore, really. There's no room for them to jump up on my lap or anything. So one of the cool things about this is the cats can just chill with me the whole time. They love this little sofa. They love laying on it. So they'll be showing up a lot more. But in general, I just wanted to create a setup that looks a little bit more, I don't know if professional's the right word. I see somebody saying no Mark Cerny poster yet. No, not yet. Not yet. I don't know if I would consider it like more professional, but I think it's more presentable. I think that's the word. Last podcast episode, I was going back and looking at it. I'm like, my face was like in the camera. I didn't realize for 4.5 hours, that whole time I was talking, that I was just straight up in that camera. And it was a bit much. So yeah, I did a little bit of rearranging. I feel like I got a good thing going here. So I'm hoping I can keep it like this. This is my first time doing a podcast like this, but I like it. So I hope you guys like it as well. And in the future, I do hope to maybe change up the background a little bit. I see somebody in the chat asking if I played Dead Space Remake. Well, as you can see, I do have Dead Space Remake. And I'm gonna talk about that at some point during the podcast. I got a couple super chats here from New Soul 9, and I'm gonna read them in just a moment. I appreciate that, man. Really appreciate the support. It's always exciting, honestly, to see super chats kind of waiting for me, because I don't know, it just adds this. It takes a little bit of pressure off me, I think, because it's always awkward. I feel like let's just dive into the topics, right? But when I have a super chat there, it's like, all right, it helps segue into the topics, I think, a little bit easier. So I appreciate that. And before I get to those super chats, give you guys a quick rundown of what to expect. during today's show and also let you guys know some ways you can support me. So, first off, ways you can support the channel. Just simply watching, as I always say, I always want to make sure to, to thank everybody for just tuning into the content, whether you're watching the videos, whether you're watching the podcast, the streams, anything at all. Without the viewership, what would be the point? Without the community, what would be the point? So always want to thank you guys for that. That's the simplest way for you guys to support me. Other ways you can help support, just hitting that like button. Maybe we could get up to 150 likes. I only ask for that because it helps with YouTube's algorithm. Getting more people exposed to the channel, to the podcast, helps grow the community here. I think everybody who enjoys this community and, likes the content wants to see that continue. But if you want to go above and beyond and really just support what I do here in a bigger way, donating super chats is a huge way to do that. I say it every single week, and I will continue to do so as long as it remains true. Without your direct support week over week on the podcast through the super chats or through channel memberships, I simply could not do what I do here the way that I do it. And I'm very much grateful for that. So thank you to everybody who does that. And channel memberships as well. Huge shout out to all of my channel members. Very much appreciate the support. Now, to give you a quick rundown of some of the topics we're going to be discussing over the course of this podcast, I would like to say that I plan to cover all of these topics before the podcast is over. And I apologize if I just completely whitewashed my screen right now. It's very, very bright screen I have. But we're going to be talking about the Horizon multiplayer leak, okay? This is a leak that just came out yesterday, and it's proving to be quite divisive. But actually, I've seen more positivity towards it than I initially expected. So we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about further reports about a PlayStation 5, a new PlayStation 5 model that's coming this year. Apparently, it's not a Slim, or at least it's not going to be called a Slim. We have information on potentially a PS5 Pro and how Sony's not doing one, and little tease of the PlayStation 6 potentially. We're going to talk about the DualSense Edge. Unfortunately, I don't have a DualSense Edge controller yet. Sony doesn't send me stuff like that, which is cool. I'm not a review channel, nor would I expect that. But at some point, well, I'll save it for when we talk about it. I don't want to give too much away, but we will be talking about the DualSense Edge. The reviews are out, and it's in people's hands now. We're going to be talking about The Last of Us HBO. For those wondering, yes, I have watched the first 2 episodes. I actually just finished the second episode last night. Looking forward to the third episode tonight. So I will be talking about that extensively. This is something that you guys asked me last week. You're like, hey, why don't you watch the new episode each week? You could talk about it on the podcast. And I thought, you know what? That's actually a really good idea. So we're going to talk all about that. Season 2 has been confirmed. Talk about that as well. We're going to be talking about Naughty Dog in general and how they're coming out here giving us more information about the future of their studio, their multiplayer game that's coming up. We're going to talk about Forspoken. Forspoken is out. The reviews are out. Opinions are out. We will discuss that. We're going to be talking a little. I know people get tired of this topic. Frankly, I'm tired of it as well, but there's enough circulating. We will have to talk about the Activision Blizzard acquisition just a little bit because it seems that I don't want to say anything has really changed, but if anything, we're just seeing Sony and Microsoft really start to go at each other even more aggressively than we previously have seen. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about Spider-Man 2 as well if there's time. But generally speaking, those are the topics we're going to cover on the podcast today. Okay, so I have some super chats here I'm going to read before we dive into the first topic. So again, sometimes if I have to read from viewer activity, I'll have to see if I can find a viable solution to this. Let me see if I can maybe I can shrink the screen a little bit because I don't want to have to be like completely contorting my body just to read these. I feel like that would be a little bit crazy. So give me 1 second to see if I can. Okay. All right. I think this basically fixed it. Okay, so New Soul 9, you have 3 super chats in a row here, so I'm just going to read them back to back. First off, you say, MBG, I believe developers should be able to make what they want from time to time, regardless of what you, me, or the market wants. If we would go by the philosophy of don't focus on small, passionate projects and only on big AAA titles, that would only hurt freedom and diversity. Not to mention, a lot of developers would probably quit because that was the whole reason they got with Xbox to begin with. Not to mention, I'm playing you called it Hi-Fi Rush, but obviously we know you mean Hi-Fi Rush, and I'm loving it. So I appreciate those super chats, New Soul 9. And, I got to say that I am quite surprised, genuinely, at the response that I've seen across the internet with Hi-Fi Rush. I did stream the Xbox show, and if you tuned into that, you'll know my reaction was not a great one. And I think people maybe misunderstood my reaction, but it's also justifiable why people were like, dude, there isn't really anything wrong with this. I was just kind of really caught off guard. I was over here expecting that the next time we would hear from Tango Gameworks, it would be for like the Evil Within 3 or a new horror game. And when I saw that, this is what they're doing instead, it just really put me off, and I'm going to be honest with you. I don't have anything really against Hi-Fi Rush. It's not the way the game looks. It's just based off of what I've seen of it. I don't know that it's going to be something I play. I'm at this point with Xbox, truthfully speaking, where I just don't really play it anymore, and it does make me question why I stream some of these events. But I'm just not really involved with the Xbox ecosystem. And that's not to say that I don't want to be. It's just, I don't know when that's going to change. I know at some point it's likely going to happen. I can't make any promises or guarantees, but I have to imagine at some point Xbox is going to release something that I simply feel like I need to play this no matter what. I feel like it's just a matter of time until that eventually happens. It just so happens that right now, I'm not there. I'm not there with Xbox. I'm not feeling it. That's not me saying, oh, that's because Xbox sucks. No, I'm not saying that. Just saying for me personally, that moment hasn't happened yet. And frankly, a game like Hi-Fi Rush isn't going to be the game that makes me go out and do that. But talking about the point that you're trying to make here about how developers should be able to experiment and make what it is that they want to make, I do have to agree with this. I do. I was actually kind of happy for Tango Gameworks, even though personally I'm over here hoping that they're doing the Evil Within 3 or making another, traditional survival horror game, just because I love the Evil Within 1 and 2 that much. I was actually really happy because I think you could tell that they were very nervous about this, that they had no idea what to expect, and they acknowledged it in the announcement that they're a horror studio. You know what I mean? Like, they're known for horror games. And you just got this sense that they're basically trying to tell people, like, we just really wanted to try something different. We hope you like it. And I don't know where it's sitting at right now on Metacritic, but I did see a couple days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, somebody pointed out that it's sitting at an 88. And I'm like, that's really good, man. So if I was that studio and I was taking a risk and a chance and it could go horribly wrong, and to see that it worked out really well, I've seen many people coming out and saying that it's just a pleasant surprise. They're really surprised at how fun the game is, how much they're enjoying it. Overall, I don't see this as a negative. I don't. But I understand that you're probably saying this again because of my reaction was I was kind of shell-shocked a little bit when I first saw that, because I just was like, I don't know that this is what I want from Tango Gameworks. But I'm happy for them, and I'm happy that anybody who's playing it, anybody who maybe subscribed to GamePass, this was a shadow drop. It seems like people are pretty happy, and I'm like, hey, you know what? That's what it's all about. And when it comes to experimentation and trying, development studios, that is, trying to maybe do smaller things, more unique things, or just getting out of their comfort zone, I definitely am an advocate for this. I just, when they announced that the game was releasing the day that they announced it, it actually gave me a sigh of relief, because I was under the impression that this was like a newly announced game that's not going to be out for another year or two. So that means it's going to be a long time till we get like something horror related from Tango Gameworks. But when they were like, it's out today, like the game's done, it's literally released, I was like, oh, this was done a little while ago. This is already finished, so they're already working on their next big thing. And I'm interested in that. So, good for them, man. I agree. Just to basically put a cap on these super chats that you sent, I agree. I think it's good when development studios experiment, and I have to imagine from a developer standpoint, that is something that they do want to do. So, there we go. Thank you for that, New Soul 9. We have have even more super chats now. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that support. Mark Loven with 2 super chats back to back. You're saying almost platinum Dead Space, was disappointed they cut some parts out I really liked, but overall amazing. I hope part 2 and 3 are in the works. Did you see that abandoned update their photo on the PlayStation Store 2023, baby? Oh, no, you know what? No, I did not see that. And man, I need to go check that out because I'm set. I'll address the second super chat in a moment because I wasn't expecting that. I honestly am surprised to hear that because I really thought that it was all like just totally abandoned. But speaking of Dead Space Remake, man, Mark, I don't know, dude, the way some people play games, I can't play games like that. I just simply can't. Right now I have 2 hours in Dead Space Remake. I don't know, man. When I play these single player games, I take my time. Not to say that there's anything wrong. Like I know that some people they get sucked in and they're before they know it, like you beat the game and you're already halfway to the platinum and you just keep going. So I'm impressed. I'm impressed by that. The fact that you've almost platinumed it already. But I have 2 hours into it, and man, I got to tell you guys, I am quite shocked. I'm not shocked that Dead Space is good. Like I expected it to be very good. And in fact, it's better than good. It's great. My time with Dead Space so far has been great. But the thing that really has shocked me is coming right off of the Callisto Protocol. I'm going to be real right now. I feel like it's a night and day difference between my experience with the first couple hours of the Callisto Protocol versus my first couple of hours with Dead Space. And I'm just so shocked in a way that like, wow, Dead Space holds up so well, man. So well. The biggest thing that just took me by surprise when I'm like playing Dead Space, thinking about the Callisto Protocol, is how much smoother the gameplay and just the feel of Dead Space is compared to the Callisto Protocol. In the Callisto Protocol, I feel like I'm walking around with, dumbbells strapped to my back, like just weights holding me down. There's so much weight to it. And I think that can be a good thing a lot of times, but then there are other times where it can be too much, where it's like, I feel like I should have more maneuverability. I feel like my character shouldn't feel this heavy. And playing Dead Space, it's the exact opposite. It's not like I feel like I'm an acrobatic, jumping around everywhere. It's not like that, but there's just something about Dead Space Remake with the smoothness of the gameplay, even the combat, right? I just think that Dead Space had it right, man. They did it right, and I know that the Callisto Protocol tried to. I don't know, man. I feel really bad for the Callisto Protocol because I feel like it tried to basically copy Dead Space and what made it great, and it actually failed. And it's incredibly ironic, unfortunately, because, Glenn Schofield, he was one of the directors, I think, of Dead Space. So it's like, I mean, you see a creative force. It makes me think that it's not necessarily Glenn Schofield, because I feel like when you think about how Dead Space came to be, it wasn't, I don't think it was like, it's not just the director, right? Like it's not just Glenn Schofield and I think it was Michael Condrey. It's not just them. It's also the development team at the time. They just had something. They had like a special, I don't know, energy about their team. They had something going for them, and it really, I think, shows in Dead Space. And I'm truly very impressed. Now, before I move on from talking about Dead Space, I just want to say that I saw there was a report apparently that there's some kind of bug on the PlayStation 5 version specifically with the resolution. Apparently there's an issue with VRS or variable rate shading. And apparently it causes some, I don't know, it's causing just some kind of visual issue. Now I'm playing in the performance mode and I can kind of see what they're talking about, where the game does look very good, but there's just something going on where there are just areas of the game that you can tell, like, this should be sharper, more crisp than it is. It looks a little bit, not blurry, but like pixelated, right? And it just shouldn't. Like, it almost looks at times like it's cell shaded, and you could tell, like, that's not what it's supposed to look like. But the good news is they're already working on a patch for this. I don't know if this is affecting the Xbox versions or the PC version. I think it might be. Not entirely sure, but generally speaking, I'm really, really enjoying my time with Dead Space Remake. Like, this is a game that within the first 2 hours, I immediately felt like, yes, this is it, man. This was worth every penny that I spent on this game. I can already tell it feels incredible, and it's nice. It's very nice. It's very much a night and day difference to what my experience with the Callisto Protocol was like. And you know, the thing is, I know I'm being really harsh on the Callisto Protocol. The Callisto Protocol isn't a bad game. It's not terrible. It's not unplayable. But it's just when you stack these two up together, Dead Space Remake, in my opinion, is far and away the better game in almost every area that I've experienced so far. So, yeah, good luck on that platinum, man. I think I might try to platinum it as well. And then you talk about Abandoned getting it. Did I see the updated photo in the PlayStation Store for Abandoned? No, I have not. I uninstalled that app a while ago. I have not been following anything. And funny enough, something I didn't write this down as a topic and I forgot to, but it's absolutely something I want to talk about at some point. Maybe I could just talk about it really quickly before I move on. There's apparently another Abandoned-like experience happening right now, to a different degree. It's a different situation. Have you guys heard of this game called The Day Before? I'm sure a lot of you have come across this. This is some big AAA Division-esque, Last of Us-esque looking game. It's an MMORPG, and it has it just has so much hype around it. It's like the number 2 or 3 most wish-listed game on Steam. And they've shown off these gameplay trailers where, you know, people are looking at this and they're like, wow, this looks incredible. But at some point they're like, but is this actually real gameplay? And people started to get annoyed, and there started to be some negativity around this game The Day Before, where like people are like, is this even a real game, guys? Like, are you just taking us for a ride here? And the development team's called Fantastic, and they do not. The similarity between this studio and Blue Box Game Studios is their development history is not good. Like, their track record is not good, and if anything, their track record tells you that there's no way they could deliver on something like this. It just doesn't add up. And so people are getting frustrated and are like, can you please just show us real gameplay? Like, just raw, uncut gameplay. That's not basically like a refined trailer that's trying to convey something that might not be indicative of what this game actually is. So they come out and they're like, you know what? We're happy to do that. We're going to show you gameplay. And people were like, thanks. And as soon as they're supposed to drop the gameplay, the game was apparently set to release March 1st. So very soon. And out of nowhere, not only can they not show you the gameplay because it's not ready to be shown, who would have thought, they delay the game by like 8 months or something like that, or to the end of this year. And the reason for this, this is the most shady thing ever. The reason for this is because apparently they didn't trademark the name of their game. They did not trademark the name A Day Before or The Day Before. And apparently somebody else randomly did for no reason. And it just is like, what? So, the whole thing stinks, right? To quote Solid Snake, the whole thing stinks. And 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 I gotta say, before I move on, they put out, I think, one of the funniest tweets that I've seen in a long time because of just how unbelievably tone deaf it is, where they're getting a lot of hate right now. Like, do you guys remember when Blue Box would tweet and it got to a point where like just everything below it was just people basically being like, just stop. Like, you guys are a joke, clowns, whatever. And it just became so toxic. You could tell like the best thing to do is maybe just be quiet right now. You know, don't say anything until you actually have something to show. Well, these guys decided that they wanted to put out a tweet, and I kid you not, where they likened their studio and their development team to a 90s action hero. Yes, you heard that right. They came out and they said, I'm paraphrasing, but they were like, you know, when you watch those movies and there's the 90s action hero that everybody doubts, and there's no way they can pull this off, but then they come out and they not only pull it all off, but they surpass everybody's expectations. And I'm just like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, you marketed a game that has generated an insane amount of hype, and you've shown what is supposed to be gameplay of this title. You told people this game was releasing in just a couple of months, and now we're at a point where you guys are not only delaying your game, you're letting people know that you didn't trademark the name of your game, and now you're comparing yourselves to a 90s action hero. What are you doing? It's I'm sorry. It's hard not to laugh, man, because it's like, I saw people responding to this and they're like, oh, it's Abandon 2.0, Abandon happening again. And I'm like, dude, this is triggering me. I'm having like PTSD flashbacks to 2021 with Abandon. So I'm just like, I'm glad it's a game that I didn't really pay too much attention to because, oh man. I'm going to read the other super chats that I have in line. I'm just going to read this one now real quick, though, because it's relevant to the game we're talking about. The End is Near says, in one of the day before gameplay advertisements, a preview watermark was on the ground. The thing about this game a day before, if you've seen gameplay, if you've seen any of the trailers, everything about it screams, this is too good to be true. Like, this looks too good. And especially when you look at the team that it's coming from, it's hard to believe. And it is one of those situations, unfortunately, clearly, where it's too good to be true. And you know what? Here's the thing. If in the end they release this game and it's like the next big thing and it's actually amazing, then that's great. But it's just not looking good. And it's looking like there's really no reason to believe that that's what's actually going to happen. And I feel sorry because I feel like there are people who have really been so super hyped for this game and they've been behind it so much. And they are probably sitting here, and I know that feeling, man. I know that feeling where it's like you don't want to believe. You don't want to believe that this could be bullshit, right? You don't want to believe that you were taken for a ride. You want to believe that no, this can't happen. Like, this has to be a real game. This has to be real. Believe me, no one understands more than I do that feeling. And yeah, it's bad. So I'll have to check out. I'm just laughing because I'm like, dude, I'm going to have to check out this Abandoned update, the photo update. I'm so curious to see what this game ends up being, if anything. So thank you for that, Mark. Andrew, you're saying, hey, MBG, have you checked out Final Fantasy VIII yet? Final Fantasy X might interest you too. There was a PS4 remaster, I believe. You know what, man? I got to be honest, Andrew. I totally forgot. When I ended that podcast, after talking for 4.5 hours, my brain's so fried. And I just I don't know. It just completely slipped my mind. So apologies for that. I did tell you guys I was going to come back to the podcast with an update on my thoughts on Final Fantasy VIII's what sounds to be an insane combat system. So I do apologize for that, but it was probably because I was prioritizing making sure I could watch The Last of Us and thinking all about that. So don't worry, I will get to that at some point. Apologies. We have Sewell saying, let's all celebrate the death of Forspoken. Oh, man. It is proof that Square Enix alienated their core audience and chased the Western market, a disservice to Square Enix fans. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk more about Forspoken later on with the review scores and some of the issues the game has. But I'll be honest, based off of, I know I made the right choice. Like, I can say that right now, right? You know, during this period in time, I had to make a decision. Like, am I going to buy Dead Space 2 or Dead Space Remake? I'd said Dead Space 2 because I saw somebody asking if I'm going to talk about Spider-Man 2 on the podcast. Yeah, I might a little bit later on. We'll talk a little bit about it. But I had to decide, am I going to buy Dead Space Remake or am I buying Forspoken? One's getting the purchase, one's not. And I went with my gut, and my gut told me go with Dead Space, man. Like, there might be some things of Forspoken that I would end up liking and appreciating, but I think ultimately as a complete package, paying full price, $70 for a game, I made the decision. I'm going with I'm going with Dead Space. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be like that. You know, I don't want to be like, let's celebrate the fact that Forspoken died. I'm not happy to see a game fail in that way, you know. But I understand where you're coming from, Sewell. Like, I think a lot of people, when they think about Square Enix and they anticipate new AAA Square Enix games, they do expect them to not have so much Western influence in some ways. And, you know, I get that. I get that. And, you know, you might be right in your assessment here that maybe this is going to change the way Square Enix approaches their. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to make another AAA RPG anytime soon. I have to imagine at some point they will. But I think what they're going to do is they're going to look at a lot of things that they decided to do with Forspoken and basically say, I think we're going to go the other direction. I think we might go in the opposite direction of whatever we chose to do here. Because yeah, I think it's sitting at a 68 on Metacritic, which is not good, you know, like it's just flat out not good. And it just seems to be very much a divisive game where it's like there's something here for someone and some gamers, but generally speaking, there are some issues that really get in the way of it. So, yeah, it is what it is, man. You see here, I'm a little bit behind. Colby, you're saying, what's up, MBG? Have you played Uncharted: The Lost Legacy? I replayed the remaster recently, and I have to say it's really underrated. And actually, no, that's a game I never got around to playing. To be honest, I have very minimal experience with the Uncharted franchise because by the time I really got back into PlayStation, it was a little bit after Uncharted 4. So I did play Uncharted 4. I did enjoy it. There were some things about it that I didn't enjoy as much as everybody else, but generally speaking, I really did enjoy and appreciate the quality of Uncharted and the story. And, you know, I think I just wanted a little bit more out of the combat from Uncharted. I don't know why. That's probably a game I have to go back and replay at some point. But generally speaking, she's fine. Generally speaking, I have not really gotten super into the Uncharted franchise. And that's why I'm fascinated to see what's going to happen next with it, because apparently another team is making it and they're like rebooting it in some way. So I'm like, all right, maybe this will be a chance to kind of, you know, to just basically have a fresh start, I guess, you know, so to speak. So when it comes to playing Lost Legacy, no, I didn't play it. It didn't really appeal to me that much, honestly speaking. Like, there's just something about Lost Legacy that just didn't do it for me. I did hear it's really good though. You must play all the Uncharted games. I know, dude. I'm gonna be honest. Like, there are definitely blind spots for me when it comes to the PlayStation catalog. There's no doubt about that. So it's one of these things where I'm always in the middle. I'm always in an in-between where I always am trying to decide, should I wait? Like, should I wait for the next thing, the new thing? Because I know it's happening. We know Uncharted's coming back. Should I just wait for that or not? And I feel like that's kind of, right now I'm leaning more towards, I think I'm just going to wait for now. Because again, there's just too many games coming up. I don't know where I'm going to find all the time, man. Between me liking to play my games slowly and thoroughly and enjoy them, and you know, there being too many, it's hard, man. It's hard. Yeah, I know a lot of people saying play Uncharted 2. Yeah, I've heard, man. I've heard it's a masterpiece title. I mean, at this point, that you have to imagine they're going to remake them, right? They're going to have to remake them. How could they not remake the first 3 Uncharted games at some point? It's got to happen. It's got to happen. PlayStation Pete, you're saying my mom passed away in September and my wife has left me. Jeez, I'm really sorry to hear that, man. That is some heavy stuff. You're saying I'm grateful for your channel and my PlayStation 5, bought a DualSense Edge and platinumed Last of Us Remake at number 40. Well, I'm very sorry to hear about your mother, PlayStation Pete, and obviously sounds like a bad situation with your wife, unfortunately. But, you know, that I'm glad I can, you know, provide something here for you. You know, I always say that, you know, I don't really think too much or too hard about like the way my podcast or my content here or anything I do on the channel. I never really think too much about how, you know, how it might affect some people or how appreciative, how far it can go, I guess you could say. And I don't like to think like that because, you know, it's like I try to just keep it surface level most of the time, talk about games, dive deep into games, but it always makes me feel good when I hear that there, you know, people that it's, you know, they find some appreciation for what I do here. And I'm glad that that's helping you out, PlayStation Pete. And I hope, you know, I hope things improve, man, in general, not just for you, but for everybody. I hope everybody who's going through anything can, you know, get through it as gracefully as possible and come out, you know, on the other side stronger for it. So thank you for that, PlayStation Pete. I really, really appreciate it. And congratulations on your platinum, man. Last of Us Remake. Yeah, that's a game I platinumed too. And yeah, I enjoyed it. I mean, I know The Last of Us Part 1 got like a lot of flack, but can't deny, man. Can't deny. I love The Last of Us 1, one of my favorite games of all time. And I really did enjoy going through that again. So yeah, I agree with Leo. All the best to PlayStation Pete, man. Appreciate your continued support on the channel, brother. Brother, I gave you a brother, PlayStation Pete. I never do that. I never say brother. But it feels right. Feels right. And for those wondering, yes, this is my 3rd cup of coffee. I did tell you last week that I would be doing a new thing now where I drink 3 cups of coffee on the podcast because last week I drank 3 cups of coffee and I talked for almost 5 hours straight. And I think you guys enjoyed it. The energy levels were really good. So keep it going. Keep it going. I see somebody saying it's strange that MBG is a PlayStation guy and he doesn't play the Uncharted games. No, I know, man. And, you know, I've always been kind of weird in this way where, like, whatever, like, the main staple franchise is for a platform holder, I've never went out of my way to avoid it, but I've always found, and the same can be said for Microsoft with Halo with me, where it's like, I've always found that I've had such minimal experience with it for some reason. And I don't know why. And it like eventually becomes a thing where it's like, I gotta get, you know, I gotta look deeper into this. I gotta try to get, not just for the sake of doing so, like, for example, like, I don't want to be the person that's like, I'm just going to play Uncharted because I have to, right? Like, because, well, I have a PlayStation channel, so I have to play it. No, I want it to be more organic, more like, you know, this is a gap in my gaming experience, right? And at some point when it feels right, I want to fill that gap in. I want to be able to say, hey, I did play these games. I did experience them. And the thing about that is the problem with me, and this is probably my biggest problem with gaming, truly, I don't like to play old games. I don't like to go back and play old games. It's so incredibly rare that I ever do that. It's bad. And I don't know what it is. It's just I guess how I'm wired, how I'm engineered. I just don't like doing it. You know, we talk about remakes. We talk about all these games getting remade and how people feel like there are too many remakes. And I got to be honest, there are times where I'm like, I kind of love remakes because it makes me realize that it gives me an opportunity. It gives me a chance to really, go back. Well, that's the thing is I'm not necessarily going back. I'm going back without actually having to go back, if that makes sense. So, I think Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yeah, dude, it's a great example where it's like, I know it's very different from the original game, and a lot of people were saying, like, dude, you got to go play the original. I'm like, I'm going to tell you right now, it ain't happening. You know what I mean? Like, I know there are people that are like, it's a must, but it's not happening. And I feel like I still got to experience that, though, to a degree. And, I when it comes to Uncharted, I'm at a point with that series where I'm kind of like, I'm taking a look at Sony and I'm trying to gauge, like, all right, what are your plans here? Because we know they're doing something. Like, we know Uncharted's not going away. It's too big of a franchise for Sony. They had the movie come out. The movie was a success. So I'm like, what? I'm patiently waiting to see what the next chapter in Uncharted ends up being. Josh, you're saying, good on you for mentioning how dire the Xbox situation would be if they didn't buy Bethesda. It would just be Halo and Forza 3 years in. Yeah, no doubt, man. I feel like that's something that even right now, like the biggest Xbox fans, right? I think even they can objectively look at that and say, yeah, dude, Bethesda is coming in clutch. Especially just looking at Hi-Fi Rush, right? Like, that's Bethesda. That was a game that was greenlit years back. I actually did see a video clip where one of the developers, I think it was the lead developer on it, if I'm not mistaken, they confirmed that, like, this was a game that was already in development at Bethesda before they were owned by Microsoft. And the game was not created specifically for GamePass. And, Microsoft took that on. And of course, Microsoft's not going to cancel that. They're not going to say, no, cancel what you're doing. It's fascinating to me, because it's like, it just seems like these development studios, no matter where they are, it's not like just under Xbox, but it's under pretty much any major publisher. You can tell like they just want to, some of them do just want to do like smaller, more experimental things and see what happens, And so, yeah, I think between Hi-Fi Rush, between Redfall, the Elder Scrolls Online that showed up at that Xbox event, the Xbox Developer Direct, and then obviously the big one, Starfield. Dude, I mean, come on. I think it's safe to say that Bethesda's absolutely come in clutch for Xbox, because to me, the most interesting thing to look at is that Developer Direct that Microsoft just did. If they didn't purchase Bethesda, they would have only been able to show off Forza Motorsport, which looks good and people are happy about it, and that new Minecraft game. And, those are fine, but it's like in terms of having enough, I don't think that would have been enough. So, yeah, I think that when you look at like acquisitions and purchases, there's no doubt that whenever Microsoft was like, I think we're going to buy, I think we just need to buy Bethesda, that was a smart move. That was a smart move. So, see somebody saying they're like Insomniac for Sony. Yeah. It's just so insane to even look at it that way, though, because we're talking about a developer versus a publisher. But in a way, yeah, that there is that kind of like in the sense that Sony bought Insomniac in 2019, and you look at the work, the absolute work, and the amount of weight that Insomniac carried for the past couple of years, and still with Spider-Man 2 this year. Yeah, dude, it is very similar. And it's absurd to think, though, that like it's if anything, it really goes to show just how unbelievably incredible Insomniac is. Because if you just think about their output and their consistency, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. I guess they're called Insomniac for a reason. They must not sleep, man. So pretty crazy stuff. So thank you for that, Josh. BroccoliRob with his weekly, can I borrow $1 today? I don't know, man. I gotta think of a different response or something. Like, I think today, just the answer is just straight up going to be no, BroccoliRob. I try to tell you, man, like if you want to borrow $1 from me, the easiest way to do that is to not super chat $2. But I appreciate it. So I can't let you borrow $1, but if you want to keep donating $2 super chats, asking if you can, yes, you do that, BroccoliRob, and you'll always be that guy that comes every stream, $2 super chat, MBG, can I borrow $1 today? And we'll all just know, thanks, BroccoliRob, appreciate that, you know. So thank you, BroccoliRob. Also, really quick, BroccoliRob just reminded me, I want to address something that I've been seeing in my comment section on literally every single one of my videos. And I see what you guys are doing. So, oh man, this is turning into a thing. Every single video that I put out, it does not matter what the topics are. It does not matter what we're talking about. There is somebody in the comment section, and I thought it was just one person, but it seems to be like a thing that's being adopted by multiple people, where they're talking about Little Big Planet 4 and basically explaining how Little Big Planet 4 is going to be announced, and it's going to be a megaton bomb drop by Sony that's going to annihilate literally everything. It's going to be like a nuke to Xbox. And I'm just like, you know, it's becoming a thing. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but it's becoming a thing where just it doesn't matter what the topic is, doesn't matter what we're talking about. Little Big Planet 4 is coming, baby, and nothing can stop it. Nothing can stop it. And, you know, here's my only thing with this. I see what you're doing, all right, and I appreciate it. My only suggestion, and I don't even know if the person who started this, it's like becoming a thing. NUKE 3, baby. What are you doing? What are you talking about Little Big Planet 4? No. We all know that if there was ever a bomb to be dropped on the industry by Sony, yeah, Little Big Planet 4 is up there. It's pretty big. But come on. NUKE 3 is where the real damage is done. We all know this. The knackening. Okay, we're going to end it. NUKE 3, the knackening. We'll leave it there. So, all right. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, though. It's sad to see what's happening with Sackboy anymore. Cerny poster, when MBG? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I should have never said that. I should have never said I was going to get a Mark Cerny poster, because now it's just going to be something that's continually brought up. Maybe one day I will, when I reach a milestone on the channel. All right, let me see. We got Alex Mercer, the prototype, saying, I took half a day in just 3 chapters of Dead Space Remake. Took my time with it, being a veteran of the OG. This remake is a game made with passion. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that I'm not the only one taking my good old time with it. I'm exploring every nook and cranny. I just like to take it slow, you know? I like to soak it in. I like to savor a game in a way. So, yeah, man, I have to say that after my couple of hours, I think I'm getting close to Chapter 3. After my few hours with Dead Space Remake, I agree. Like, these remakes, you do... I mean, look, I know that there's a lot of people that feel like, yeah, it's too much with the remakes. We're getting too many. You know, maybe it needs a break. But, you know, I at least got to say that the passion that's being poured into these remakes is phenomenal. You know, I feel like that. I feel like so many remakes have been doing so well. Like, there's just something being put into them that you just have to appreciate it, you know? So I agree, Alex Mercer. I can identify the passion that went into this remake for sure. I see people asking me in the chat about some things like Horizon multiplayer. We're going to get to that. Keep in mind, I just always want to make it clear that the super chats will always take priority for obvious reasons, but rest assured we will get to some of these topics, okay? I feel bad because I feel like I start out the first 15 minutes of my show, basically letting you guys know the topics we're going to talk about, and then I spend a large chunk of time talking about, super chats and answering them, but I'm sure you guys understand. And a lot of times, a lot of these super chats are relevant to a lot of the topics we discuss throughout the show. Michael Lynch says, what's up? Keep it vertical. Yeah, keep it vertical. I don't know, man. I don't know. Personally, my PS5 is horizontal, not for the reasons you think, though. I have mine horizontal because that's the way it has to go to fit underneath my entertainment center. But I agree, keep it vertical, man. I feel like that's the terminology we have to use. That's the phrase we have to use to combat misinformation within PlayStation, right? Keep it vertical. I like that. Thank you, Michael. Hickzock, you're saying Forspoken plays like a mix of Crackdown / Infamous. Exploration is addicting, and combat is really fun. Looks breathtaking with HDR. The hate baffles me. Dude, that's why I'm saying, man, Hickzock, that's why I'm saying the thing about Forspoken is it truly is a divisive game, because I have seen quite a few people, and they're not fanboying, right? Like, that's the thing, is you could tell, like, they're not fanboying, they're just genuinely enjoying the game. I've seen quite a few people basically saying, like, dude, I love this game. I'm enjoying it thoroughly, and there's just a lot about it that I like. I've seen just as many people, basically, here's the thing. I don't know if the people that are saying they're not enjoying it and like they don't like it, I don't know if they're actually playing it or not, or if they're like in my case, like I've seen the game a lot and I played the demo and I came to the conclusion that I'm not going to buy this game because I could just tell it's not for me, right? It's hard to say, but I just feel like, you're not alone, Hicksock. That's the thing. While I may not be able to sit here and agree with you and say, oh, yeah, dude, I'm loving the game too. Currently playing Dead Space, as we know, I can say that I've seen more people than maybe you would expect. And it's worth noting, like, these are not people that are like in my comment section on my channel or on my Twitter or anything like that. I mean, these are just like random posts that I'm seeing from people, all across the internet. So it's not just you, dude. And that's why when it comes to review scores, you always got to be careful. And I want to say this. I put out a tweet the day that Forspoken's review scores came out. And I want to say here what I said in that tweet. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, but I basically said that I think every single person who's played video games has had that experience where you've picked up a game because you thought it looked good, or whatever. You play a game and you don't know anything about it, but you play it and it becomes one of your favorite games and you love the game and you have no idea whatsoever what people think about it, how it reviewed, anything. You don't know anything about it, right? Except just that you bought it or you picked it up, you came into it and you played it. And then you one day find out that it like flopped critically or it's considered like a bad game. And you just realize that, wow, that means nothing to me. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that happens with every game because it doesn't. But I'm just trying to point out that I think we've all had that experience if you've played video games long enough. And this is where my big thing with video games and review scores is simply this. It's simply this. You have to go with your intuition over all else. You have to. Now, I when I put this tweet out, I got a lot of flack, specifically from people saying, oh, you would never say that about an Xbox game. This only applies if it's a PS5 exclusive. And you know what? Here's the thing. When I put that tweet out, I didn't mention Forspoken. I didn't mention PlayStation. I didn't mention Xbox. I was talking about literally all games and all platforms. And I understand like why some people are coming at me and, my reputation being a PlayStation dude, and it happened to be at a time when Forspoken got bad reviews. I get it, but I'm here to say that applies to everything, right? Like, I've always said, because people remember me for like Crackdown 3 and just being so angry with that game and despising it. But even I understand that there are some people out there, maybe not many, but they exist, that loved Crackdown 3. They loved Crackdown 3. And that's perfectly fine. Like in their case, they knew in their gut, like, this game's for me. I don't care about the reviews. I don't care about what MBG has to say. I don't care about anything other than I like what I'm seeing, and my gut is telling me this is going to be a game for me. So at the end of the day, you have to go with your gut. That's how I feel. You have to follow your intuition. Now, that's not to say that you'll never be wrong, because sometimes you can be, But in my experience, personally, when it comes to checking out video games and trying to decide, like, what appeals to me, what do I want to buy versus what I'm going to pass on or what I just flat out think looks bad, my intuition in my gut has almost never, well, I don't say almost never been wrong, but it's right way more often than it's wrong. A more recent example of, I would say, disappointment and my gut being not totally wrong and my intuition not being completely off, but definitely like, oh, okay, it wasn't everything I thought it would be, actually, is the Callisto Protocol. Like, my intuition told me, like, dude, this is a game that you want to play. Everything about it you're seeing, you're liking a lot. And, the only disappointing factor was it wasn't everything I wanted it to be. And there were certain aspects of it that didn't quite nail all of the things that my intuition was telling me it would. But in the end, I thought it was still a good game. Like, it wasn't horrible, wasn't terrible. But it's very rare that I ever buy a game where my intuition is basically telling me, like, dude, like, Forspoken is a great example where, like, I'm going to be honest. I think for a long time I was trying to get myself excited for Forspoken. Like, it was one of these things where it's like fake it till you make it, where it's like, if I just embrace this game and just believe it's going to be good, and for me, then it will be. And as we got closer and closer, and when the demo came out, that completely solidified that I'm like, yeah, I can't ignore my gut and what it's telling me. And it was telling me, dude, this is just not your cup of tea, man. It's fine. It's fine. And I realized, yeah, it is what it is. But I just felt the need to say that right now because, there's always a lot of conversation surrounding review scores and Metacritic scores and, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, I think it's just important for every person to realize that you know what you like, you know what you don't like. And I also want to add to this before moving on. It's also totally okay to look at review scores. It's totally okay to listen to reviewers. And if you feel like you want more information and you are unsure and you need to know and you don't know if you can trust your intuition, then look into it, because you're going to learn things, and learning those things might be the difference in saving you from, making a bad purchase or swaying you to being like, yeah, you know what? I do want to go for it. So there you go. Thank you, Hicksock. We have Josh Z. Sorry, it just shot me down here. You're saying, I beat Horizon Forbidden West last week. I loved it. And man, who dying hit me extremely hard. I'm excited. Sorry, I read that awkwardly. You're saying, I loved it. And man, who dying hit me extremely hard. I'm excited for the DLC and where the story goes from here. Felt inspired by Mass Effect 2. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, man. Definitely, yeah. I without getting into spoiler territory, but I'm glad you enjoyed for Horizon Forbidden West, man. I enjoyed it a lot too, and we definitely have some discussion to be had. There is some discussion to be had when it comes to the Horizon franchise and what's happening next. And I'm looking forward, dude. I'm telling you, I'm really excited to see the Horizon DLC because the fact it's PS5 only. Oh man, it's going to be good. I really can't wait to see like what is Guerilla doing with this DLC that they decided this can only run on PS5? I'm very excited to see that. So I'm happy to hear that, Josh. You know, I don't know if you platinumed it or not, but if you didn't, I would recommend maybe trying to platinum it if you can. It's a good experience overall. I'm trying to remember like when I platinumed Horizon if I felt like it was. I think there are a few things just like with any open world game where it can become a bit rinse and repeat and repetitive. But generally speaking, I enjoyed my time with Horizon. I put like 90 hours into it, getting the platinum. So definitely recommend it, man, if you're up to it. So thank you for that, Josh. We have The End Is Near saying in one of the oh yeah, I read that one already about the day before preview watermark. Julian, you're saying, when will you talk about The Last of Us HBO? I'm going to get to that. Don't worry, I am going to get to that. It's not too far off from now. I just have one or two other topics that come before it. Subtext, you're saying Guerilla and Sony about to get karma, chasing the Fortnite look when literally the biggest draw to Horizon is its own world, design, and graphics. Subtext, I'm going to keep the super chat in mind. I'm going to read the next few to get caught up, but yours is going to be relevant to the first topic we're discussing. Star Scream, you're saying, I was excited for Forspoken since the first reveal, and I'm actually liking it. Small issues, but people are over-exaggerating, in my opinion. I'm loving it. You know, I agree, man. I think this tends to happen sometimes with everything. Like, the dialogue in Forspoken is not great, but I do think people are... It's becoming a bit much. It's almost like... Yeah, you could just simply say it's not that great, or there are certain aspects of Forspoken's dialogue that are a little bit cringy, but people are really making it sound like this is like guys, this isn't like The Room level of dialogue here, okay? Like, it's not going to go down in history as you know, being one of the single worst written things ever, you know, and this line delivery. It's not like that. And I just see a lot of people acting as if it is on that level. And I'm like, okay, I think people need to just pump the brakes. Michael says he thinks it is. He thinks it is. Well, you know, man, hey, it is subjective at the end of the day. I will just say, in my opinion, I think the reaction is a bit over the top. Like, I think if anything, people are just trying to have fun with it, you know? And I get that, where it's like, you know, being a bit hyperbolic can be fun, but I was like listening to some of the clips that people were putting out there, and it's like, yeah, that definitely sounds a little bit cringy. But you know what people were pointing out, and I have to agree with this. People were basically pointing out like the dialogue in this game really doesn't sound that much different or removed from, say, something like a Marvel movie. And that made me realize this is how you know people are being a bit over the top, because look, there are people who criticize Marvel all the time, but people love Marvel. People love Marvel movies. People love that dialogue. There's a reason why these movies continue to do so well, you know? Like, whether you think it's actually good or not doesn't impact its overall success. And that's why I'm saying I think people, it's like, yeah, this is like something that you're saying, but they're superheroes. Yeah, you could make that argument too, man. You could make that argument that maybe the reason why Marvel, people are so forgiving is because these are established, known characters. And maybe just because of that, they inherently get a little bit more leeway, you know, to be able to be more cringy and to have some cheesy dialogue. And it's like, oh yeah, I think maybe it was just in Forspoken's case, I think it was just kind of a tough sell, you know. I get that. I think like it sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And I think in the case of Forspoken, while I do think people are being a little over the top in their reaction, I don't necessarily think it works. It reminds me a little bit, not entirely, but a little bit of Infamous Second Son, where I remember, like, if I'm remembering correctly, or at least what some people told me, is they thought that like Delson Rowe, his character was kind of like, you know, annoying and he talked too much and he just had this like unlikable attitude and demeanor to him. And it reminds me of that a little bit. And I, you know, there were some times in Infamous Second Son, not many, But there were a few I was like, yeah, it's a little cheesy, but in general, I did enjoy it. So it's like, I don't know, man. It's I will say that's what's interesting about the internet these days is it just feels like sometimes you can kind of get the sense that people just, it's easier for people to begin to dogpile things than it ever has been. It's easier than ever for people to, I think, just rather than actually like coming up with an original thought that's their own, to just read what somebody else said or listen to what somebody else said and be like, yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? Like without actually thinking about it. And I admit, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm above all that because I'm not. Like that happens to me as well. I think we're all guilty of that to a degree. And I think with Forspoken in particular, with the dialogue, because I was thinking about, I don't know if it was I think it was my last podcast episode or even the one before that, but there was a segment in one of my podcasts where I was going off about Forspoken's dialogue. And I realized that, I think I did that because I was basically in an echo chamber online of people doing that based off of a clip that I came across. And then I started to like read what other people were saying, and they began to like point out that it's like, guys, like it's not that bad. Like, this is actually kind of common in a lot of media these days. And it made me realize, yeah, I think you're right. I'm not saying that makes it good necessarily, but I think you're right. I think those people are just basically trying to inject some level-headed. I see somebody saying stop defending it. Dude, believe me, this is not me defending the game, bro. Believe me. I think it's as simple as a lot of times the loudest noise garners the most attention. You know what I mean? And I think that's kind of what happens, not just with PlayStation, but with Xbox, with Nintendo, with any other video game publisher. And it's kind of normal, And I think that what happens is when you see people like dogpiling on something where they're like, this is the biggest pile of trash I've ever seen, right? And then you're going to naturally have a reaction from people that are going to want to defend it and say, no, this is great. You're often going to find that when you start to see these extreme ends, that seems to be where the majority of people are going. The truth probably lies somewhere in the middle. And I think that that's probably the case with Forspoken, where it's like, yeah, it has issues. Yeah, there are some aspects to it that somebody like me would probably just straight up consider bad. But I don't see Forspoken and think to myself, that looks like a completely unplayable piece of garbage. But I also don't look at Forspoken and think to myself, that looks like a masterpiece game that everybody should be playing. You know what I mean? It lies right kind of in the middle. And I feel like just I think that the conversation around the dialogue in the game kind of made me realize that, yeah, it becomes all too easy these days to be hyperbolic about anything, whether you want to say something's the best of the best of the best, or whether you want to say something is the worst of the worst. It's all too easy to do that and to just, go into one extreme direction or the other. MBG, you just have a lot of PlayStation haters in your chat like that every week. I mean, I see some of it, man. It's like, I think a lot of times what viewers, not everybody, but I think there's just some people where they look for validation and they look for vindication, and they look through that through certain creators, like I just saw that there were quite a few people not quite a few, but some people in my chat that were basically saying like, dude, it's okay to admit it's trash. Like, dude, that's the thing is if I genuinely thought Forspoken was like trash, I mean like garbage, like bad, like no one should be playing it, I would say so. Like it's and I'm not doing that because I don't think it's that. Like I think it's somewhere in the middle. Like it's for some people, and it is difficult for me to even think that it's trash when I'm seeing people basically saying like, yeah, dude, I've been playing it and I've been enjoying it. hey, to each their own, man. To each their own. But then, at the end of the day, though, like, think about this. What is trash? You know what I mean? Like, it's just how the saying goes, man. One man's trash is another man's treasure. And I know it sounds insane, but that applies to video games too, man. It's tough. Like, these conversations are so tough because they really are individual. They are. How I feel about something is likely not how you're going to feel about it exactly as well. And I think that's what people just have to keep in mind. Like, this is why I stressed earlier, you got to go with your intuition. You have to go with your intuition because you're going to get, dude, there are people that will call The Last of Us trash. I'm not saying there are a lot of people that will do that, but they exist. And they genuinely think like, yeah, it's trash, bro. You know? Like, there are people right now who are saying, dude, Hi-Fi Rush is complete trash. Utter trash. Believe me, I've seen that. So it's like, just enjoy what you enjoy, man. And if there's something you don't like, I don't know. Maybe it's trash, maybe it's not. But maybe it's just easier to say, you know what? I don't like it. I'm going to move on and find something I do like, And that's the thing, man. There are a lot of people, they want to dwell in the negative. People, believe me, people do like trash more than they let on. People will make it sound like, I don't like trash. I don't like playing trash. I don't enjoy this garbage. Like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You may not enjoy the act of playing it, but you enjoy it. You get something from it. You know what I mean? And if you know what I'm talking about, you know. If you know, you know. You like it, and you hope for it. So, so yeah. Keeping it rolling here, though, because I do subtext. I didn't forget your super chat, man. I did read it, but we're gonna get to that. I promise. I'm trying to spend enough time on these super chats where I feel like I'm giving them enough time and attention. But I'm trying so hard to make sure. That I'm like not straying too far because I want to be able to continue to talk about these topics. You see, William, you're saying you should try the PS5 Director's Cut version of Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy. They are even better than the PS4 versions. Now's the perfect time as we wait. Yeah. That's the thing, man. I don't know that now's the perfect time, for me anyway, because we are waiting for some new PlayStation announcements, but there are a lot of big games coming up. Like right now, I'm trying to do this thing where I don't worry about new games coming out. Like, I don't want to sit here and be like, well, Hogwarts Legacy's coming out in like less than 2 weeks, and that's going to be a massive game. And, I don't want the FOMO to creep in. Like, I don't want to rush through Dead Space. I want to take my time with it. I want to play it at my pace and feel comfortable and only move on to the next game when I feel like I'm totally and completely satisfied with, with where I am with Dead Space. And I feel like sometimes it can get really hard to do that when it's like, oh, dude, but Hogwarts Legacy. And it's like, I don't want to just go out and rush and buy it and basically throw Dead Space to the side because I want to play that. And the same thing can be said for like, when Resident Evil 4 comes out. I don't know what I'll be playing at that time, but it's tough, man. It's tough. So that's the thing, is because I play video games at such a slow pace, trying to get, like, it's almost like when I miss something, I don't even have a backlog. I just like, well, I missed it, and I don't know if I'm ever going to get to it. But you know what I'll say? I'll say this. Whenever Sony announces what they're doing with Uncharted again, as we approach like the next Uncharted game, that might be the time when I go back and at the very least replay Uncharted 4, depending on what they do. Because like, if they're going to reboot it, like, does that mean we're just like Nathan Drake is just completely done? Like, he's not relevant at all to this, or what? But I've heard very good things about the director's cut, man, and maybe one day I'll get to it. Maybe one day. Sewell says here, give half to him. in reference to BroccoliRob asking if he can borrow $1. Sure, Sewell. I'll see if I can make that happen. Sure. Subtext, you're saying celebrating the first Spider-Man 2 TV teaser by finishing up my platinum on Spider-Man Remastered PS5, only platinumed the PS4 version. Well, congratulations, man. I always love when I get the super chats of people, celebrating their platinums, because it is a great feeling, isn't it? It really is. I talked about my problem with trophy hunting last week. Got a little bit deeper than maybe it needed to be, but there's nothing more satisfying than finally platinuming a game that you've just put so much time and effort into. It's a very rewarding feeling. And for those wondering, because I do see some people asking, is it true? Was there a new TV advertisement for Spider-Man 2? Yes, there was. It's very short. I think it's only like 15 seconds long. It's like a live action teaser, not teaser. It's like a live action trailer for Spider-Man. It looks really cool. And they show him like swinging around, saving people. And then at the end, they show the PlayStation 5. And something that I noticed is when they show the PS5 now, they don't say buy now, because they already know people are going to buy it now. They're saying in stock now. So that's the new tagline that's next to the PS5 when they show it, in stock now. And I love this. That is incredible to see, because anybody who's been following the PS5 since it launched till this point, it's just such a relief, man. It's such a relief to just know that it's finally over. The shortage, that is. You're saying even though it's a lie? Well, to be fair, I'm sure it's not perfect everywhere, but I've seen so many people come out and be like, yeah, I've been seeing them in stores, man. And I haven't been seeing people complaining that they're not able to get one, if it's not like for a financial reason. So I'm sure it's not like 100% yet. I imagine it'll probably take a couple more months till we're like 100% there. And I think by the time Spider-Man 2 comes out, for sure, like anybody who wants one's going to get one. Like, especially when this new model of the PS5 ends up releasing. But I was just saying, like, it's just nice to see that, because that's not something Sony could have put in their marketing 6 months ago. That's not something that we've seen in their marketing in 2022, in 2021. And it's because it wasn't true. It wasn't true. And now they're confident enough to where they're like, we're getting enough of these consoles out there at a rate that we feel comfortable to say in stock now. And so I like to see it, because it was crazy, man. I've never seen anything like that, where as somebody who covered PlayStation 5 specifically and still does, seeing how many people were coming out and being like, dude, I can't get one. Like they're just like not real. They don't exist for me. I'm like, this is insane. This is absolutely insane. So happy to see that we're past that now. And unfortunately, it's a lot of people are asking, like, dude, when's Sony going to have another big show? When are they going to do it? Well, unfortunately, it seems like now that the shortage is over, that was something that I think was stopping Sony from having a big show. Now we have the Activision Blizzard acquisition in the way. So I think that might be the next hurdle. Unfortunately, we have to wait it out. Wait it out. Oh, God. Okay, let me keep this rolling here. Zanarkhan Blitzer, thank you for the 20, my friend. Really appreciate it. You're saying, MBG, you said you played Uncharted 4 when you jumped to PS4 from Xbox One, but you didn't play Uncharted 1 through 3. Big mistake. Just like you watched Avengers Endgame without watching from the beginning, Uncharted 4 is the finale. Yeah, dude, don't get me wrong. I feel like my approach... I think the biggest mistake I made when I first dived in headfirst into the PS4 was after I played The Last of Us, deciding I'm going to go right to Uncharted 4, because The Last of Us at that time, it's the only game in the series, you know what I mean? So it's like it's brand new. And I hope it's not that severe, dude. It's difficult for me to believe it's that severe, because yes, I said before that I watched Avengers Endgame without watching the previous movies, and it was an enjoyable experience, but I was just so oh, okay, sure. I don't know what half these people are talking about, but it's fine. I'm enjoying the movie. And then I finally, I went back and I watched every single one, and I was like, oh man, what was I doing with my life? How could I make such a critical mistake? And I hope it's not that severe. But we'll see, man. We'll see. You guys will know. Something will have changed in me. Something would have changed in me. Or, will have changed in me. If in the future I'm like, I'm going to go back and play these old games, that are on from these other platforms. It's so tough for me to do, man. Like, I'm at a point where rather than going back and playing old games, I would just rather watch a playthrough of some of them or a recap or something, And I know that doesn't do it justice. I know it's not the same, but it's just how I am, man. And if that ever changes, you'll know something in me has changed. Something in me has changed. So, also, I just realized I called you Zenarkand again. How am I supposed to say it again? Zenerkind. Whatever, man. I can't help it. In the same way that I need to call you Zenarkand, that applies to me going back to old games as well. Zimmerman. Zenarkand. Okay. All right. Thank you for that, man. Really appreciate that super chat. We have Crispy, a member for 29 months, saying, I switched to Japanese audio. It's a JRPG. The Japanese voice acting is great. The game mechanics are amazing. Interesting. I haven't seen many people doing that, but I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense to do that for a JRPG, right? By the way, guys, we have over 700 people here hanging out with me, so thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Do me a favor, hit that like button. Let's see if we can crush 300 likes. I would very, very much appreciate that as well. So hit that like button. We have Steady Flow saying EA is charging the console players $70 for 1440p 30 FPS fidelity mode and 1080p 60 FPS performance mode, while the PC players $60 1440p 120 FPS. Wait for sale. Yeah, well, this is the problem with console gaming. I love console gaming. It's my favorite way to play games and experience them. But I won't deny that you can tell, like, video game publishers take advantage of the fact that they know that people like me and probably many of you and others, they know we're not going to go to PC. Like they also know that PC players are not going to go to console. And I feel like they take advantage of this in this way. Because you're right, dude. Like, this game, I didn't even know that, frankly. I had no idea that Dead Space is only $60 on PC and $70. That's bullshit. Just straight up, like, that's just bullshit. If it was like down the line, they lowered the PC price or whatever. But this is where, I do get frustrated because they're, I know they know what I'm going to do. And I hate to admit this, but it's just the truth. And I'm not going to lie about it. It's not like I'm going to sit here and say, like, well, I'm not buying the game. I'm going to wait. And maybe, Steady Flow, you're saying you're going to wait for a sale. More power to you, man. I hope you can, because for me, they know I'm not going to do that. I've been waiting to play Dead Space. I've been looking forward to it. And when the game comes out on PS5, that's where I play. I'm going to pay $70 for it. And I'm not even going to give a second thought about, I'm not even going to give a second thought into how it's doing on PC, how much it's selling for on PC, because it's not relevant to me. But when I'm presented with that information, like, yeah, dude, like they're charging you $10 more, and you're not really getting anything more for it. It's like, yeah, that sucks. That sucks. But what am I gonna do? I could sit here and pretend that, like, oh, I'm gonna wait. Like, I know I'm not gonna wait, and I know I'm not gonna go to PC. And it is frustrating. I wish they just wouldn't do that, But I know that they're gonna continue to do it as long as I'm over here saying that, hey, I'm gonna buy it. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really do PC gaming. It's just not something I'm into. Saying even Sony sells their games cheaper on PC. Well, the thing about Sony, they make it impossible to be upset with them is they only do it because they release their games later. You know what I mean? Like, it's easy to say, it's easy to justify like a game like, I don't know, I guess just The Last of Us Part 1, where it's like, oh, we're releasing it on PS5 and it's $70. Putting aside the fact that $70 automatically seems like too much for that game. Now coming in March, it's going to release on PC, and I think it's going to be $50. And it's like one of these things where I'm going to assume that by the time this game releases on PC, it's going to be $50 on PS5 as well. So basically, if you had just waited for the PC release, you would end up getting the same price point across the board. Again, it's one of those things where Sony knows that if we put this game out now on PS5, the hardcore who really want it are going to pay $70 for it. They're not going to wait for a price reduction, you know? And I don't know. It's a smart way to handle it, you know? Like right now, speaking of Dead Space, it's not like EA's like, we're going to release Dead Space Remake on PS5 and Xbox Series consoles first for $70, and then 6 months later, we're going to release it on PC for $50. They're not doing that. Or $60, I mean. But then you also have to take into account how much, you know, how important is that $10 to you? And we're at a time right now where inflation's still very high. You know, $10 can go along, maybe not a long way. Maybe it's the opposite. People need that $10 in order to make things work for them. And it might be very important to them, you know? So it's tough, man. It's tough. I don't know. I'm not overthinking it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I bought Dead Space Remake. I've been playing it on my PS5 and I'm loving it. So it is what it is, right? I did get a physical copy too. I see somebody saying, Jan, you're saying a physical copy is worth the 10 for me. Yeah, that's why I still buy physical, man, when I can, because it's like, that to me is added value. It is, you know, I guess you could say maybe it helps me justify paying the $10 more. It would feel certainly a little bit grosser if I was buying it digitally, but not by much, just a little bit. Unintended Studios, you're saying, I don't like racing games, but once I heard GT7 is fully playable in PSVR 2, I picked up a full cockpit and wheel setup, and I'm having a blast until release. Just a little over 3 weeks left. Can't wait. Yeah, dude, you're not the only one, man. You're not the only one. I've seen a lot of people expressing intense excitement for GT7 launching on PSVR 2, and I think that's a huge win, not only for PSVR 2, but for GT as well. This is, when they announced that it's the full game, that's huge, in my opinion. I think that's a big deal, because I was expecting it to be just like a small little, like you could do like a couple races or something, but no, it's the full game, even online races. So please, Unintended Studios, do me a favor. When we get to the launch of PSVR 2, I'm going to be curious. Let me know what the experience is like now that you're fully set up and you've played it outside of VR and you're going to be playing it in VR. Make sure you come back and let me know what it's like, bro. I'll be curious to hear. Okay, Kapapa, you're saying, I'm happy to see The Last of Us do well on HBO and bypass the internet hate. When The Last of Us remake came, people complained about the $70 price, but when Dead Space Remake costs $80, no one complains. Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from, okay, Kapapa. I mean, to me, I just think that to me, I'll always say the biggest problem with The Last of Us Remake being $70 is simply that we did get a remastered version for PS4, and I think it just made people feel like it's too much too soon. But when you look at how well the HBO series is doing, yeah, you gotta admit, Sony knows what they're doing, man. They knew that they could get this to work synergetically, right? Like they knew that they could get these two things to come together and work with one another, and we saw like a 305% sales spike in The Last of Us Part 1. And it just goes to show, man, that like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. So, you know, you talk about that. I mean, yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough because I feel like every remake is going to be, you're going to get a different reaction from every remake. You know, the reaction to Demon Souls remake was different to the reaction to The Last of Us remake, which is different to the reaction of Dead Space remake, which is going to be, I want to see what the reaction to the Horizon Zero Dawn. Is it going to be a remake? Is it going to be a remake? Surely it can't be. It's going to have to be a remaster. But if somehow, some way, Sony decided that they're going to remake Horizon Zero Dawn, my lord, may the Lord have mercy on their souls over there at Sony if that's what they actually decide to do. But I will be very interested to see what the internet's reaction to a remake of Horizon Zero Dawn would end up being like. I'm thinking it's going to be a remaster, maybe a director's cut. I don't know, but it's going to have to be a director's cut, guys. Because let's not forget. We've seen director's cuts for Death Stranding, Ghost of Tsushima, and in general, people were like, "Okay, yeah, this works," you know. So I don't think they're gonna attach the remake name to Horizon Zero Dawn. That would be a meltdown. It would be kind of funny in a way, though. You know, it really would be like, wow, they actually did it. BroccoliRob, you're saying Oscar the Grouch lived in trash. That's true. He did. Thank you, BroccoliRob, for letting everybody know when I was going on my rant about people liking trash and how it's okay. Sewell, you're saying imagine wasting millions, not greenlighting other projects, and giving Square Enix fans a game not tailored to them. That is Forspoken in a nutshell. Dude, Sewell really has an axe to grind with Forspoken here. I love it in a way, you know? Express yourself. Let it be known. Yeah, Sewell. I mean, dude, I'm curious to see what the future of Square Enix looks like outside of Final Fantasy. Like, I'm not the biggest Square Enix fan, right? I'm just not. Like, I haven't been too involved with their games, like, super heavily. More recently, I have been, but you know what I'm curious to see? Honestly, I'm curious to see what the exclusivity relationship between Sony and Square Enix looks like after Forspoken. We know that Final Fantasy is, you know, exclusivity, and Sony, that's going to keep happening. But I'm curious if maybe now Sony's like, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore if it's not Final Fantasy, you know? Because Forspoken is a 2-year exclusive, bro. And I'm not going to lie, I feel like it would actually help both Square Enix and Sony right now. Maybe not Sony, but it would definitely help Square Enix if Forspoken was on Xbox. Maybe not a lot, but it would get some more sales, and I feel like it probably needs that right now. So I hope we hear more about Forspoken in terms of how it's doing. Question mark, you're saying, I agree to take your time on a game and not like you have a time limit. If you have one, I better time limit. If you have one, better hurry up and finish my game. P.S. What's up, man? Well, what's going on? Question mark. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, dude. That's what I advocate for. Take your time with the game, savor it, enjoy it, don't rush it. If there ever is a time where you feel like you have to, I would say at the very least be willing to go back to it. You know, if you're able to. If it's a game you really, really want to play and it means a lot to you, you know, just try to go back to it if you can. JC50GT, you're saying, still haven't paid full price for a PS5 game, always under $50 with the sale. I don't mind waiting. Am I a bad gamer? LOL. No, not at all, dude. That's smart. That's not to say that people not waiting aren't smart, but I'm just saying that that's a viable way to buy and enjoy your games. Absolutely. And that's why, if anything, like for me, it's obvious I'm not gonna ever wait on a Sony first party game. I can't do it. I wouldn't want to do it, you know, just for the sake of my channel, just because I feel like I don't, you know, that's too important for my channel. But even if it wasn't for my YouTube channel, I couldn't wait, you know, like Spider-Man 2, I can't sit back and be like, I'll wait 6 months to play it. No, I can't do it. Other games though, maybe I can, and maybe I will. And I think that's the best way to do it if you can, man, because, you know, at the end of the day, you're not, I hate to put it this way, but it's true. At the end of the day, I don't know that you're really missing out on anything because it's not going anywhere. You know, it's not going anywhere. But it all comes down to how much does it mean to you? A lot of the games that I buy day one, these are games that, like, dude, I've been waiting already and I don't want to wait any longer. You know what I mean? So when you say you don't mind waiting, that's good. It's good to have that level of patience. But You know, a game that's coming out that I don't feel like I could wait for is Resident Evil 4 Remake. When that game comes out, dude, like, regardless of where I'm at or what I'm playing, I know that what's likely going to happen is I'm going to drop everything, buy that game, and play it immediately and not stop playing it. So, no, you're not a bad gamer, bro. Play games how you want. Here comes Leia. Maybe she's gonna try. I'm looking at my screen. I'm trying to see if she can, if you guys can see her or not. Oh yeah, there we go. Works perfect. See, I knew this would work out. I knew it would work out well. A lot of times she likes to sleep up here, so that could be a thing. All right. I know this is going to sound insane, but we're now going to enter topic 1. Am I sitting on the couch? Yeah, I am. We're now going to enter topic 1, though. I know that's insane, but you know what? I do want to thank you guys. You know, you can't just chill next to me, can you? You gotta. Oh man, where do you want to go? Do you want to go here, over there? You're making me move my mouse. Just get settled in, Leia. Come on, it's fine. All right. I just want to say before diving into the first topic, I want to thank you guys because I know it sounds ridiculous. I was like, dude, you're an hour and 40 minutes into your podcast and you're now getting into topic 1. Oh, hold on. Nope. Okay. So my not good, bro. Not good. My son just connected. I think he's watching something. He just connected YouTube Kids to my screen. And I'm over here, like my screen just goes black for a second. I'm like, oh no, what happened? And then I just see YouTube Kids pop up. And I was like, please, I need to get this off the screen before it comes blaring through the speaker system here. That would have been funny. It might happen again. Oh man. Okay. All I was trying to say is I apologize for it taking so long to get to the first topic, but the reason why is because you guys are, once again, always showing incredible support with the super chats. The super chats are not distracting. I like them. And if anything, the super chats ultimately, I think, end up culminating in a complete mixture and hodgepodge of all the different topics that we were going to discuss, just a little bit less focused. So I'm totally okay with that. And I just want to thank you guys for your continued support. First topic we're talking about, though, Horizon multiplayer leak. Horizon multiplayer leak. Okay, so here's the thing. I want to show the concept art, but I'm afraid to. I'm afraid to show the concept art. There's about 12 minutes of leaked footage for this Horizon multiplayer game leak. I think you can still find it on the Horizon subreddit, but the thing about it is it's really, really early development footage. I mean, guys, let me know in the chat how many of you have seen this so far. It's so early. It was like in 2020. You could tell it's just very, very, very rough. But the thing about this art, and guys, I don't want to show this. I don't want to show any of it because I don't want to risk it. You know, I could get a copyright strike for that. And that's extremely damaging to any YouTube channel. So I will let you know, you can find these things. You can find the concept art. You can probably still find the footage, again, on the Horizon subreddit, or there are many articles written up about it. So please understand, this is why I'm not showing it. It's too risky. I really thought about doing it in my video yesterday, but I don't want to take the chance. But here's what you need to know. If you haven't seen it, or if you don't want to check it out, I'll describe it to you. So I don't know what word I just tried to say there. I feel like I almost just said a bench. I don't know why I would say that, but basically, I don't know what's happening. Basically, what this Horizon multiplayer game looks like, I'm just going to give it to you straight. It looks like Fortnite, like to a T. Okay? It looks like, imagine if we took the Horizon universe and then took the Fortnite graphics or the Fortnite, art style, graphic style, and just put that into Fortnite. That's what it is. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If you go watch this leaked footage of this Horizon multiplayer game, you'll find that the environments look just like Horizon Forbidden West. Graphically, the environments in this leaked early build, I think that they're placeholders. Like I think basically the art style has not been updated. So when you watch this footage, what's strange about it is it literally looks like Fortnite characters were placed into Horizon Forbidden West. But it doesn't, like, here's the thing. I was thinking about this and I'm like, I'm not all that surprised that this is the direction that Guerilla and Sony decided to go in with this Horizon multiplayer game, because I was looking at what some people were saying and they were making some very good points online. They were basically saying, well, if you consider that this is a live service game, right, and it's something that's going to be supported for presumably many years, maybe well over a decade if it's successful enough, going with a more cartoonish graphical style like that basically makes it kind of evergreen. It makes it so that you don't have to worry about constantly updating the graphics or the graphics becoming outdated or anything like that. It also has the immediate appeal of it looks familiar to people in a good way. Well, what would be perceived as a good way, where it's like, oh, well, this is, oh yeah, like, it looks like Fortnite. And for better or for worse, I think that can only maybe help a game, depending. People are talking about Sea of Thieves. Yeah, it's kind of got like that look to it, right? And the thing that I found surprising was when I looked at the reaction on the internet from a lot of people. Yeah, there are people who are not happy about it. There are people who feel like this is a big mistake by Sony and Guerilla, and they feel like, part of Horizon's identity is the graphical style, right? And the way everything looks. And I do agree with that. But I also saw a lot of people basically, I see somebody saying it doesn't look exactly like Fortnite, but more like a Riot Games art design. Yeah, okay, yeah, I could see that. That's the thing is I feel bad because I think when we see games that look like this, we all have the tendency to just be like, oh, it looks like Fortnite. But in reality, this type of graphical style has existed way before Fortnite. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. And I saw people basically saying like, oh, this is essentially Sony going for that like Genshin Impact thing. You know what I mean? They're going in that direction. And I think that it's going to be interesting to see how this game is revealed and how it's rolled out. Because here's what I want to point out. If this game has been in development since 2020, probably before that, I have to imagine it's probably not too far away now, at least an official reveal. I don't know, man. There's just so little we know about it. Even the problem with watching, I didn't watch that entire 12 minutes of the leaked footage, but I was like skimming through it, and I kind of got, I don't know like what they're going for gameplay wise. Like I don't know if this is going to be like a Monster Hunter type game. I don't know if this is going to be, it seems like it's going to be a class-based game. I don't know if you're going to be able to like customize your character or not. There's just so much we don't know about this game. And that's the thing, is basically the only thing we've really learned about this multiplayer Horizon game through these leaks is the type of art style that it's going for. And even that isn't that shocking, because Guerrilla did recently announce themselves. They did recently announce themselves that like, we're working on a multiplayer game with a new graphical art style. And I even speculated. I remember when I made that video and we covered that. I even said that I wouldn't be surprised if that change in graphical art style means they're basically gonna, make it kind of more cartoonish. And one other really important thing I want to point out here about the reason why they might be choosing this. We also have to keep in mind this is going to be a multi-platform game. All right, this Horizon multiplayer game is not going to be a PS5 exclusive. This is going to release very likely free to play on PS5, probably on PS4, and more importantly on PC. And we also have to understand that the goal with this game is going to be to get and on mobile as well. Yes, and on mobile. Correct. So PC, mobile, PS5, PS4. Hell, who knows? Maybe Sony will go crazy and be like, we'll put it on Xbox too. That would be insane. Don't expect it, but I don't think that's going to happen. You never know though. Yeah, I mean, don't doubt Sony. Yeah, Switch. Don't doubt their ambition, man. I know that sounds like blasphemy to people, but keep in mind, Sony's goal with live service games is not, it has nothing to do with selling consoles. And that's so important to realize and understand. These games that are coming out, these live service games, it's not to sell consoles. It's to get as many people into the game as possible. So do not be shocked. I'm not saying it's going to happen or to expect it, but don't necessarily be shocked either. If with some of these live service games, it's like they're taking the Bungie approach where, yeah, we're going to put it on Xbox too. We own the studio. We own this IP. It's going on Xbox. Something else I want to say about it is that I think here, well, it's not necessarily a statement I want to make, but it's more of a question I have. And I don't know that I have the answer to it. I don't think any of you guys have the answer to it necessarily either, but it's just an interesting question to ask. And is this going to work? You know, one thing I have seen some people saying with this Horizon leak is they're like, you know, I feel like Sony's doing too much. I feel like we're getting too much Horizon. And I'll be honest with you, I kind of feel the same way as well to a degree. You know, I saw somebody in my comment section yesterday. They were like, finally, MBG, this means you can stop claiming that Guerrilla Games is working on SOCOM. And I was sad because I was like, you're right. The dream is dead, man. You know, like, it made me realize like they're not working on a shooter. They're not working on a Killzone. They're not working on a SOCOM. They're working on more Horizon, you know? And saying you wonder if they're making it an MMO. I think they are. Yes, I think they are. I think that's exactly what it's going to be. Because I think if memory serves, we got a couple job listings from Guerilla that basically hinted that they're making a type of MMO in the Horizon universe. I don't know, man. I'll be totally honest with you guys. I'm getting a little bit nervous, just a little bit. And I'm not fear mongering. I'm not. I'm extremely open minded with PlayStation at this point in time. You know, I'm not saying that because Sony is doing live service games, they're saying screw their single player games. I'm not even saying that these live service games aren't going to be good. In fact, I think it's the opposite. Like, I think The Last of Us multiplayer, for example, is going to be really, really good. But when I start to see some of the other directions, like, for example, London Studio, okay? For a couple years, I was hyped about London Studio because they were working on a new AAA game. And I was like, this is exciting. And we found out it's a PS5 game. So it's not like a... It's not like a... you know, it's not like a VR game only or something like that. Like, it's been a long time since we've seen London Studio like release a full-blown like console AAA exclusive. And I was very excited about this. I was like, ooh, this is interesting. And it's we found out that it was going to be a new IP, and that's exciting. But then after that, we found out it's actually going to be a live service fantasy game. And they showed the first piece of concept art. And this isn't me trying to like get ahead of myself and be like, oh, the game's going to be garbage. No, this is where, again, I'm not trying to go in that extreme direction, especially when I don't know much about it. But what I will say is that when I saw that concept art, it immediately I guess it was just it has to do with my expectation. Like, that's not what I was expecting even remotely. It was like shocking. Like, I was like, oh, like I was even thinking to myself, maybe they're making like I don't want to say a GTA competitor because I feel like that's asking too much, but London Studio was known for The Getaway. And I remember back then, like The Getaway was kind of looked at in the same genre as like a potential GTA competitor of some kind, a smaller one. And I really thought like, oh man, maybe this could be them trying to do something like that, or, you know, maybe make their own smaller version of like GTA Online. And then it's like, no, they're doing a fantasy game. And, you know, with that over the top fluorescent art style and colors. And, you know, it's like, it could be great. I mean, gameplay is king. Art style is just one thing. You know, at the end of the day, graphics are not everything. They're far from it. Gameplay is king. And if they make a great game that's fun to play, that's really all that matters. You know, it's just, I do get worried. Like, okay, but how many of these live service games are going to be going with that type of style and that type of philosophy? And you know, I was I was so scared until we got that concept image. I didn't talk about it much, but I was like, oh my God, what if Naughty Dog with their multiplayer live service game goes for like that type of art style? And obviously they're not. If you look at the concept art can give you a very good idea of what they're trying to go for, specifically art-wise, you know, when it comes to art style. And you look at The Last of Us multiplayer game, it's pretty clear like, oh, this is going to look just like The Last of Us Part 1, graphically speaking. That's amazing, right? And then when you look at this Horizon concept art for this leak, it looks like cartoon Horizon. That's exactly what it looks like. And it's very stylized. And I get it. You know, I understand that there are a lot of reasons to do this. I'm at a point where like I kind of hope nothing else leaks out. You know what I mean? Like I don't want things to leak out like that. I got kind of annoyed watching that alpha footage because I'm like, this doesn't help me at all. You know, like this, like as a gamer, like as somebody who's been waiting to see this game, this doesn't help me even a little bit because I have no idea. Like it doesn't help. You know what I mean? Like this is just an early concept prototype that was clearly quickly put together. I don't know. You know, obviously I was going to look at it. I couldn't help myself when I see what's out there, but I'm hoping that these games at the end of the day get the core fundamentals right with these franchises. You know, like I do think like a co-op open world Horizon game with a class-based system that is maybe somewhat like Monster Hunter, that sounds like it could be really awesome. It does. And while it may take a different art style than I was expecting, gameplay is king. You know what I mean? Like, look, I'm not trying to speak for all PlayStation fans, but I'll say this. When I think about Horizon Forbidden West, when I think about what I enjoyed and what I loved about that game, yes, the graphics, the way the game looks, the art style go a very long way in allowing me to further enjoy that game. But at the end of the day, putting everything else aside, I play Horizon for the gameplay, like for the game itself. You know what I mean? And it's one of these situations where it's like, this is probably why Hi-Fi Rush is getting the reviews it is, because I wasn't too enthralled by that trailer, but I'm hearing that it's a very good game. Like people are saying, like it plays great. And that makes me feel like, oh, well, okay, you know, you can't judge a book by its cover. You can't judge a game without understanding how it plays. So I'm not trying to like, you know, preemptively defend this or anything like that, because I don't think it needs defending and I don't think it needs criticism. I think we just have to acknowledge that this is a leak. This is early stuff and we don't know what it's ultimately going to be like. But I think what we can take from this is that, okay, yes, some of these live service games from Sony, their graphics are not going to be in line with what we get with some of the bigger AAA single player titles where we expect cutting edge, like over the top, you know, graphics that just absolutely blow our minds. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. I had to let my cat out. That's the one problem about having cats in here. Sometimes they get a little antsy and they got to go. But yeah, it'll be interesting, guys. I cannot wait to see what the game's going to be like. All right, Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying, MBG, you have permission to pronounce my Zanarkand name in your unique way now, pre-PXP episode 144. But the second you start playing Final Fantasy X HD Remaster and Final Fantasy X Remake, you must pronounce it the right way. Yeah, that's the thing is like, when that day ever comes, if I ever play like a remake of it and I start to hear it said the right way over and over, it'll be really easy for me to just adopt that way of saying it, So thank you for that, Zanarkand. I appreciate it, bro. I'm glad you gave me permission to, because like, I don't know, sometimes I feel I know how people can be with that, like when you have your name typed out a certain way, or even if it's taking on a character's name, like you would like somebody to pronounce it the correct way. So I'm glad you're giving me that permission, but with the caveat, I got it, bro. Nick Taylor, you're saying if it was an early build, they already had Zero Dawn assets. That's what it's going to look like. But yeah, too much Horizon. Yeah. And that's the other thing I just wanted to mention with this topic is like, is it becoming like, I don't know that I'm so much worried about the live service games. I mean, obviously we're concerned about how that could go, but I'm beginning to get a little bit worried. Like, I don't want too much of the same thing, man. I mean, Horizon Forbidden West, we know Horizon 3 is in the works, and I do want Horizon 3. Horizon Call of the Mountain, now a Horizon multiplayer game. All right. I don't think it's too much yet. Because if there's one thing that I've said many times, it's clear what Sony's doing. What Sony's doing is they're taking their big tentpole IP and franchises, such as Horizon, and they're saying, you know what? We have a big AAA single-player game that sells millions upon millions of copies and people love. Let's give it a multiplayer spinoff, right? That can live on its own and exist on its own. Let's do the same thing with The Last of Us and Naughty Dog. Let's do the same thing with Ghost of Tsushima. God of War seems to be really one of the only... Interestingly enough, God of War seems to be one of the only titles right now, or like major IP that Sony has, where I don't know that they're doing that. And I want to be clear, I don't think this is a mandate from Sony. Like, I don't think Sony's mandating this. I think Sony's maybe saying like what they would like. I don't know. I did Naughty Dog truly just decide themselves, we're just going to make a live service multiplayer game? Like, did they decide that themselves? I have a hard time believing they did, simply because it happens to fall perfectly in line with Sony's goals as a company and what they want to achieve with PlayStation. So it makes it a little bit difficult for me to believe that this is just something they decided. But at the same time, if they were already putting resources into a multiplayer experience for The Last of Us, it makes complete sense why they might turn around and be like, you know what, maybe we can do more with this. So I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, I think that we are going to see further saturation. I think we're going to see Sony and their studios continue to saturate the market with their big IP, but I fully expect that in the next year or two or so, I would say probably starting this year, we are also going to see new stuff announced as well. And we've already seen new stuff. I think it's unfair to basically paint Sony in this corner as if it's like they've only been working on just these few select things. They haven't. And I think it's disingenuous to say that. But I do think it is valid to wonder, like, for example, is Guerilla really just going to be the Horizon studio from now on? Yeah, they might be. But that doesn't mean that they don't have another studio that isn't working on something brand new. So it's a balance, I would say. And I do believe at the end of the day, based off of what Neil Druckmann recently said, these studios get to decide for themselves what they want to do. I think that's really important to address. Is, you know, Neil Druckmann came out and he said, you know, Uncharted was incredibly successful for Sony, so it's not like they're sitting there telling Naughty Dog, like, you have to make more Uncharted. They're turning to Naughty Dog and saying, you can kind of make whatever you want. So it's interesting. You know, I would like to get a little bit more information from the inside, you know, on like how exactly these things are working at PlayStation. But let me see. Easy E, you're saying glass half full here. This Horizon leak plus Spidey marketing leak seems to confirm a PlayStation showcase is imminent. So, yeah, it's a good observation, Easy E. Unfortunately, I don't know that I can agree with it, and I'm going to tell you why. All right? Actually, this will help me segue into another topic. PlayStation's Jim Ryan... Hold on. Got to put that on mute in case... Some I don't know, sometimes like ads start randomly playing. They're supposed to be muted, but sometimes they're not. PlayStation's Jim Ryan reportedly met with EU antitrust boss over Microsoft's planned Activision acquisition. According to Reuters, Jim Ryan, president and CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment, on Wednesday met with EU antitrust boss Margaret Vestager, I don't know if I'm saying the name correctly, to discuss Microsoft's proposed buyout of publishing giant Activision Blizzard. The report says that the EU is expected to issue the Xbox format holder with a charge sheet detailing its concerns regarding the acquisition. It adds that Microsoft is hoping to appease EU regulators in the hope of shortening the regulatory process, but the EU is reportedly not open to remedies about releasing its charge sheet first. Moving on from that, another report. Immediately after this, Microsoft accuses Sony of misleading EU over Call of Duty parity. Now, this comes in the form of a string of tweets that come from, let me see, who was it? In a series of tweets published on Friday, Microsoft's chief communications officer claims that Sony has misled regulators in Brussels over Xbox's commitment to keeping Activision's flagship FPS series on PlayStation. Let me read to you what this Microsoft employee has to say. They say, I hear Sony is briefing people in Brussels claiming Microsoft is unwilling to offer them parity. For Call of Duty, if we acquire Activision, nothing could be further from the truth. We've been clear that we've offered Sony a 10-year deal to give them parity on timing, content, features, quality, playability, and any other aspect of the game. We've also said that we're happy to make this enforceable through a contract, regulatory agreements, or other means. Sony is the console market leader, and it would defy business logic for us to exclude PlayStation gamers from the Call of Duty ecosystem. Our goal is to bring Call of Duty and other games, as we did with Minecraft, to more people around the world so they can play them when, where, and how they want. Okay, so this is what Microsoft is claiming against Sony here, and so look, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, and I'm sure that Easy E is wondering, wait, MBG, what does this have to do with the PlayStation Showcase? So, I just want it to be known that, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure I'm correct about this, it's been well over 500 days since PlayStation has held a showcase. This is, again, if I'm not mistaken, the longest Sony has ever went without a big show. It's pretty clear, in my opinion, that they should have held a big show by now. And if they haven't, they really, really need to, very, very soon. Now, when I'm reading these articles that are popping up, Jim Ryan, dude, look, here's the point with this. Microsoft claiming that Jim Ryan, Lion Ryan, flying to Brussels. You're like, who knows what he's telling them, man? But he's cozying up with them. That's what he's putting his foot in the door and saying, "Let me in. I got some things I gotta tell you guys. Let me tell you what's going on." Yeah, dude, Jim Ryan is sneaky as shit, bro. I think it's kind of funny. Like, he really is like Sony's secret agent going out there secretly behind the scenes. Look, I don't know. I don't think anybody really knows what Jim Ryan said to the regulators. Okay. A question I have: Frank X. Shaw, lead communications for Microsoft. I mean, he is speaking in this tweet as if he knows what Sony said. And maybe he does. I don't know. Like, he could be lying, dude. He could be putting this tweet out and just trying to slander Sony. I don't know. But he's a communications director, which to me sounds like a fancy term for he's a marketer for Microsoft. Maybe. I don't know. All I do know is that regardless of if Sony is lying or not, like if Jim Ryan really did go to Brussels and is like, yeah, Microsoft, they're planning to do this to us. They're planning to do that to us. They're planning to, basically screw us over. And you have to stop them from doing that. Jim Ryan could have went as far as saying they're not going to give us parity. And I got to admit, this ultimately does look hypocritical coming from Sony because we see what Sony's doing with the marketing of Call of Duty. We've already been down this road, and I'm not going back down that road. We all know. But what I do want to say is this, and this is the point that I think everybody needs to pay attention to. If you thought that maybe now things would ease up a little bit and maybe Sony would be less involved with this whole acquisition of Activision Blizzard, and maybe they took their foot off the gas a little bit, maybe they pumped the brakes somewhat, maybe now that the FTC is involved, suing Microsoft, maybe we can move on from this collectively as PlayStation fans. Well, make no mistake, this is a very clear-cut sign that that's not happening anytime soon, and it sucks. I'm going to speak on behalf of a lot of the PlayStation community right now. This sucks because it's just getting tired and it's getting old. And here's the point. I'm beating around the bush. What you need to know is simply this. I see Rat saying most of us don't care. Well, you know what? You got to care to a degree, to a small degree, because this ultimately does affect Sony's plans and how they're going to do things, how they're going to roll things out. Okay? This is why the last three things we've talked about the last two things we've talked about when it comes to Spider-Man, it's like, it's kind of pathetic. It's sad, where it's like, no new trailer, no new gameplay, no new nothing. You know what we get? We get the voice actor of Spider-Man saying it's going to be a massive game. And you see how, you see the PlayStation fan base desperately clinging to that, being like, yes. And in reality, we're like collectively looking at each other like, yeah, but we knew that, we know the game's going to be massive. We know it's going to be astonishing. You know what I mean? So then today we have a TV advertisement, a 15-second TV advertisement, no gameplay. It's a live action trailer, and it's cool. It's cool, but it's like, what is happening right now, bro? And I'm telling you right now, I would have a hard time. I'm not going to say that I know this for sure, because I don't, but I would have a difficult time believing that this is just Sony behaving normally, because I just don't think it is. Like, I just don't think it is. And I really thought going into this year, I wanted to think that things were going to change we were going to start to see Sony kind of like flex a little bit harder and stop playing the whole like, we're just weak little old Sony. Please don't hurt us, big old mean Microsoft. You know, regulators, don't let Microsoft bully us. Like, I thought we could move past that. But seeing that Jim Ryan is still going out there and being like secret agent Jim Ryan here, you know, Lion Ryan, whatever, I'm just like, okay, this is still gonna go on pretty seriously. So Microsoft and Sony are not done butting heads, and you're saying this is Sony's lawyers behaving normally. I guess what I'm trying to say here is like, Sony doesn't care if they're lying. Sony doesn't care about anything that people on the internet are saying. I mean, if you go look, I'm going to read some of these responses underneath the head of Microsoft's communications to this tweet. Some of the responses. If it wasn't for Sony porting their exclusives to PC, I'd be saying the same. Well, hold on. That's actually a response from somebody. Sony cries a lot. Jim needs to stop making the company name associated with the word need. Shame. Xbox is pushing the industry in a better place for all gamers. Meanwhile, at PlayStation, they're not. That's actually like the most upvoted comment. Here's a funny one. This person says, I hear Xbox is talking about when we all play, we all win, and at the same time making Bethesda games exclusive. Is this really true, Frank? You guys should give Sony a lick of... You guys should not give Sony a lick of parity. What has Sony been doing for years with Call of Duty? Why the hell is that an issue with the regulator? You know, it's just like, you know... It's people are really getting on this and basically, you know, dunking on Sony. And here's the thing though, like Sony does not care, man. I don't know at what point people are going to realize Sony's only goal here. If you don't know, and I think most of you here, if not all of you listening to this, know this already, but people need to get out of their feelings. Like they need to stop thinking that like Sony or Microsoft are viewing this as like what's fair, what's right, like there's some kind of morality here. The only thing Sony cares about is getting this deal blocked. And if there's any ounce of indication that they can have any control in doing that, any sway in making that happen, they are going to pursue it. They do not. The bridge is burned, bro. It is scorched earth with Sony right now. So yes, it is to a point where Jim Ryan, I don't know if it's true or not, but if what Microsoft's communications director is saying is true, that Jim Ryan and Sony are misleading the EU to get their way, you bet your ass they are. Why wouldn't they? If Sony is walking through the door in Brussels and meeting with these regulators and they say, yeah, we think Microsoft has ill intent with this and that they don't want to create parity, right? If that's what Sony says, and then Microsoft comes out, you ready for this? See, this is why you can't blame Sony for doing this. If Microsoft then comes out and says, no, that's not true. We will offer parity. We will do this. We will do that. And even after that, if these regulators decide, well, fuck you, Microsoft, we don't believe you, Sony wins. Do you see it? This isn't a matter of morality. This isn't this is a matter of what can Sony do to block this? And here's the kicker of it all. I see somebody saying, and you're okay with that. Here's the thing. It's irrelevant what I think. Doesn't matter whether I'm okay with it or not. It's going to happen. Here's the kicker of it all, though. Do you know what's so insane about this? In a way where it's like, You're saying that's illegal, though. Look, man, then you have to ask yourself, who do you believe here? Do you believe that Jim Ryan and Sony are actually doing something illegal to potentially get them in legal trouble? Or could it be that this communications director for Microsoft doesn't know what exactly, like he actually doesn't know that Sony's lying. He's just assuming Sony's lying. Which is it? Because I'll tell you right now, I'm going to go out on a limb here. And I'm going to assume that Sony's lawyers are not advocating or telling them to do things that are illegal for obvious reasons. You know what I mean? I hear they are lying. Doesn't sound confident, just stirring up drama. It's all a PR smear campaign, people. Don't forget who we're dealing with here. This is Microsoft. Microsoft makes it clear. If there's one thing that's absolutely imperative to them, is to have the consumer on their side. They are for the consumer. And that's just a fact with Microsoft these days. So I think this is some high-end corpo war that's going on right now. Because if it's true that Sony lying in this case would be illegal, then it's difficult for me to believe that Sony would even attempt lying knowing that there could be legal repercussions. Okay? But here's the fucking kicker of it, guys. And this is the point that I think everybody's missing, or at least many people are missing. People don't understand how this is going to end. Sony wins either way. What I mean by that is the reason why Sony is not backing down, why they are willing to quote unquote burn the bridge. They're burning the bridge. They're going scorched fucking earth and no holds bar and just really trying to be the biggest thorn in Microsoft's side. People talk. You see, look at the replies under this Microsoft communications director. People are saying, oh man, Microsoft should crush them. When this is finished, Microsoft shouldn't do shit for Sony. Microsoft should spite Sony. They should rip Call of Duty off the platform. This is where you realize people do not know what they are talking about. Because best case scenario in Sony's case, they get this deal blocked. Absolute best case for Sony. They get this deal blocked somehow, some way. They did it. Who would have thought? And Sony wins. They get exactly what they want. They win entirely. Worst case scenario, the deal goes through anyway. It just took a lot longer. And they get Call of Duty for another 10 years. And they have plenty of time to figure out what they're going to do. That's what people need to realize. People need to understand that Sony actually has Microsoft by the balls here. And that's just a fact. Because the last thing Microsoft can do is not play nice. And I don't think people really understand that Microsoft cannot just turn around after fighting this hard to convince regulators. Microsoft cannot just turn around, no matter how angry they are with Sony, no matter how pissed they are at Sony. They might want to take everything from Sony. They cannot. They simply cannot. Because the only way this deal goes through is by them making concessions. Sony does not lose by rejecting Microsoft's 10-year offer. Sony will get that no matter what. That's what people need to realize. Sony is willing to take this to the end because the worst thing that will happen to Sony is what was going to happen either way. The best thing that could happen for Sony is they somehow pull off some kind of insane, corporate move that no one ever saw coming and they get the deal blocked. Do I think it's going to get blocked? I don't know. I do not know. I don't think if this deal gets blocked, I don't necessarily think it'll just be because of Sony. But if it does end up getting blocked, there's no doubt that Sony would have played a part in it. But from where I'm sitting and from what I can see, Microsoft has a long way to go to get this deal to go through. And I see somebody saying this is not how deals work. Dude, listen, all you have to do is just simply look at the regulators. What are the regulators asking from Microsoft? Keep in mind, it's not Sony that is... Look, I know I talk like Sony is the thorn in Microsoft's side. Not necessarily. They kind of are, but aren't at the same time. The thorn in Microsoft's side are the regulators. Microsoft has to adhere to the regulatory bodies. They have to adhere to the regulatory bodies. What are the regulatory bodies asking for? They're asking for further concessions. At least some of them are. The FTC isn't asking for shit. The FTC is saying, we don't want any concessions. We don't want this deal to go through, period. So the only way Microsoft gets this deal to go through is with some serious concessions. Some would argue that a 10-year concession of, hey, you can have Call of Duty for 10 years, you'll have parity for 10 years, you can put it on PS Plus for 10 years. Some would argue that's more than enough. And you're right, maybe when we're talking about making these types of deals, that is more than enough, but does it matter if you're Sony and you realize that all you have to do is just simply say, no, that's okay. We still think that this shouldn't go through. See, this is where Sony is pissing Microsoft off so much, bro. It's actually comical. Sony is pissing Microsoft off so much, and there's nothing Microsoft can do about it but sit there and smile and take it and say, that's fine, man. That's fine. We'll work it out. We'll make everybody happy. No worries. Inside their blood, their blood is boiling. And that's the thing about this is in the long run, guys, Sony is burning the bridge. Okay? And that's something we do have to pay attention to here. When we look back at like the console wars between Sony and Microsoft with PlayStation and Xbox, there were times it got pretty bad and pretty aggressive, right? Like there were times where like, this is getting pretty bloody out there on the battlefield, right? This is on a whole nother level. Whether or not this deal gets blocked in the end, Sony burnt the bridge with Microsoft. Sony has made it clear that Microsoft is the enemy. They will never work with them. They will never partner with them. They've made it clear, like there is no peace here, and when Microsoft, the question is, well, if this deal goes through, and clearly Microsoft is pissed at Sony, and clearly Microsoft had to go through way more hoops than they should have, and clearly, Sony is just trying to make their business deals not as smooth as they should. What can Microsoft do to Sony at that point? Well, here's the thing that I want people to pay attention to, and it does involve Bethesda. People may think Sony's the bad guy here. And I know I'm not, I don't mean to bring it into a moral like good and bad when I said there is no morality here. There really isn't. But if you just want to talk about like trading blow for blow, like, well, this company did that, so that's why this company did this and it's justified, yada, yada, yada. I just want to say that you cannot blame Sony for going scorched earth and giving the middle finger to Microsoft after they just bought Bethesda and took all of their games away. You cannot blame Sony for that. You cannot blame Sony for after the same company that just did that is now doing something even bigger than that with games that are even more important on your platform than that. And you're just supposed to turn to them and be like, okay, we believe you, Mr. Microsoft. We take your word for it. No, dude, that's not how it works. Sony sees these guys are also sharks. Turns out, in business, it's not about being a good guy. It's about being a good businessman. It's about being a good businesswoman. It's about being good at running your business. And it turns out that for all of the when everybody plays, we all win stuff. When it turns out that for as pro consumer as Microsoft is, they still had no problem making sure that all of Bethesda's games in the future would not be releasing on PlayStation. So at the end of the day, people have to look past the PR bullshit. Look at what's actually being done. Look at the moves that are actually being made, and then go from there. Look at the facts, not the PR statements, not the lines that are being spouted by executives. That goes for both Sony and Microsoft. People always wonder, well, why is Sony so quiet? Do you ever think maybe Sony's so quiet because they realized that if they told the truth, it wouldn't sound so good? It wouldn't sound so pretty? That's just the reality, man. You know? Sony's a shark too. And I'm just saying that, like, you need to try to put yourself in Sony's shoes where if this is your competitor, they have way more money than you could ever spend, right? And they buy a publisher. And you're basically sitting there waiting to find out. Okay? Yeah, we buy exclusivity deals. This has been the name of the game, baby. Exclusivity. Your main competitor buys an entire publisher, so you're waiting for the results. All right, so what's it going to be? Did you buy the publisher and you're going to let all these games just remain multi-platform? Still going to let Starfield come to PlayStation? Redfall? Elder Scrolls? Or are they all going to be exclusive? Did we just lose all those games? And when the results came in, Phil Spencer and the entire Xbox community had no problem turning to the entirety of the PlayStation community and saying, exclusive. So if you're Sony, you'd have to be, frankly, from a business perspective, a dumbass to basically turn to that same company when they buy Activision and they say, don't worry, we're not going to take it from you. I'd turn to them, I'd be like, you think I'm taking your fucking word for it? No thanks. And you know where shit got real? You know when the rubber really hit the road? When Microsoft was like, wait, no, please, believe us. We have a 10-year contract for you to sign. I don't know, man. I know it's getting a bit much, but before I read these super chats, ultimately, what you need to know about this deal from a bigger picture perspective, it's very simple. Sony has their hooks in Microsoft. It's causing Microsoft a lot of pain and frustration, and Microsoft is desperate to get those Sony hooks off of them. And Sony is not giving up. Sony's making it clear that we're not going anywhere. And it may result in the complete and utter destruction of any communication or any type of partnership or anything, any goodwill whatsoever between Sony and Microsoft in the future. But, you know, it's just the way it is, man. MBG, if Sony did absolutely nothing, they would lose overnight. Fighting back forces Microsoft to at least bring Sony to the table and negotiate with Sony on their terms. I don't know about that, man. I would say I'm actually thinking that Sony didn't have to do anything when it comes to the FTC, though. Because the FTC has an axe to grind with Microsoft already. But I just think that, you know, it's just one of these things where you're right. It would make it look at what Steam and Nintendo did, right? Both Steam and Nintendo, they were just like, yeah, go ahead, Microsoft, go for it, bro. It would be a lot easier for this deal to go through if Sony was added into the mix saying, go for it, bro. But Sony's doing the absolute opposite. And I don't know that it necessarily, I mean, you're right. It does kind of force Sony to the table in a way where Microsoft didn't want Sony at the table. But You know, my personal feelings on this, ultimately, though, look, I know I'm going on and on about what Microsoft is doing, what Sony's doing, and at the end of the day, though, like, dude, I'm over the deal. You know, like, I don't care if it goes through. I don't care if it gets blocked. I just don't give a shit at this point. I just want it to end. And, you know, I won't lie. There is a part of me that does kind of wish Sony would just do what Nintendo and Valve did. I understand why they're not. And I can't blame them. Like, Sony seems to be kind of, dude, so I wouldn't be surprised. Sony's probably sitting there being like, holy shit, is this working? Like, is this actually working? You know, like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually how they feel right now. But I just do kind of wish, like, you know, knowing that Microsoft's going to have to make concessions either way, knowing that Call of Duty's probably not actually going to leave PlayStation, it does make me feel like I wish this would just stop, because it's like, you know, I just don't like to see Sony putting the energy and the resources and the focus on this. And it's making me put certain amount of focus on it as well. You say you don't care, but you're talking about it, though. Well, it's because it is relevant, dude. Like, these three things that I just read to you, or these two things, just happened this past week, bro. Like, believe me, these were not topics I was not sitting here being like, I'm ready to talk about this again on the podcast. I don't want to, because that's why I kind of make it. That's why when I talk about it, I start to kind of become a little bit theatrical about it, because it's really not exciting. It's not exciting. It's not that interesting, but it is a big thing that's happening right now in the industry. And it's you got really animated over this topic. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like, I have to, because look, somebody mentions a showcase, and I'm going to be honest, like, I don't know what to say anymore. Like, what the fuck is Sony doing when it comes to a showcase? I couldn't tell you. I wish I could. But all I can tell you is, hey, no Sony showcase announced this week. Probably not one coming next week. But you know what Sony did do? They sent Jim Ryan to Brussels. You know, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know when they're doing a showcase, and I firmly believe that this deal is getting in the way. I think as long as Sony thinks that they have a chance at winning this, I think they're trying to be as low profile, bro, as they can be. And I hate that. I hate that. All right, let me see. I got a couple super chats to go over here. Albert Ellison says, Breath of the Wild has mature game design met with cartoon graphics. It's uncommon, but Sony could still meet their game design philosophy with a different look, mechanics that are make and break. Fingers crossed. That's a good point, actually, Albert. And yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to look at is the overall design philosophy, and as I put it earlier, like the core of what makes a game like Horizon, is that going to be retained if there's a big jump in graphical style? That's what people are going to want to know. And I think that's what, when we see this game revealed, I think that's exactly what everybody's going to be looking for. So we'll see, man. We'll see what happens. Richard Rodriguez, you're saying, could Sony mandate Bungie to make an exclusive game? I think they could, and I think if they did, it would get messy. We have to understand that Bungie has somehow found a way to be owned by multiple entities across the entire gaming industry, some of the most powerful entities in the gaming industry, and gotten away from them. They were owned by Microsoft, and they made Microsoft's biggest game, Halo, their most successful game. And somehow, some way, they wiggled out of that to not only go somewhere else, but make another massive game for someone else. That being Activision Blizzard, or at the time Activision, with Bungie. And after that, they somehow managed to get out of Activision's grasp and become independent. And after that, somehow Sony managed to convince them to be purchased again. And I think that when you look at the way the purchase went down and everything that was said about it, I do not think we will ever see an exclusive Bungie game. Unless Bungie decides they want to. And they could do that. They could do that. Like, you know, it could just be something where it's like, look, we got Destiny, it's multi-platform. They have I think Bungie has a bunch of different games in development. Maybe they have another game that's multi-plat, but maybe they just decide, you know what, maybe we'll just make an exclusive. I don't know why they would want to do that, but they could make that decision. But I do think that if Sony steps in and says, we want you to make an exclusive, I'm not saying it couldn't be possible, but I just think it's treading thin ice because Bungie did not agree to that initially. It doesn't mean they couldn't agree to it later, but you know, Sony and Bungie were both like, one of the questions that Bungie immediately answered, which was insane to me because I'm like, wow, well, there you go, nip it right in the bud. One of the questions they answered when they were first acquired was, are your future games going to release on Xbox? And the answer was yes. So it's like, yeah, I don't think we're going to get exclusivity from Bungie. I think we could get benefits for sure. Like, I don't think there's going to be parity necessarily across the board, but full exclusivity, I doubt it. Kitford, you're saying, I love Horizon. I put over 200 hours into Zero Dawn, almost 400 hours into Forbidden West. That's a lot, dude. Buying Call of the Mountain, and I will play the multiplayer game. But after the third game launches, I want it to stop. Just update the multiplayer game and move on. I have to imagine that after the third game, I could see Guerilla pursuing a new IP at that point. Unless they just want to go crazy and be like, Horizon 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know if they could do that. But yeah, I could see them pursuing a new IP. That's a lot of time, dude. 200 hours in Zero Dawn, 400 hours in the Forbidden West. That's crazy, bro. You must really love these games. So yeah, it sounds like you're on board for the multiplayer game. Now, Kitford, again, member 23 months, saying, imagine the Spider-Man 2 trailer as a Super Bowl commercial. Dude, doesn't it seem like that Spider-Man 2 ad was supposed to be a Super Bowl commercial? And it like came out early? I like get that vibe with it because I'm just like, this is so random when we've heard and seen nothing. I did see somebody in the chat saying maybe like the ad agency made a mistake. I don't know. I could see it. I mean, it probably will show up at the Super Bowl. Truthfully, it's only 15 seconds. You know, that's a good place for Sony to advertise. It's from Australia. Yeah, people were getting confused because the Spider-Man 2 ad was saying that Spider-Man 2 is coming out spring of 2023. And people were like, oh my God, did the game get moved up? Not realizing that it was an Australian ad. And spring in Australia is fall, you know, here in the United States. So pretty funny stuff there. Luca, the game cat says Sony is just a witness. They're not the ones suing. This is not a fight between Sony and Microsoft. It's between Microsoft and the law. You are correct about that. Ultimately, this is a fight between Microsoft and the law. It's just that Sony is basically like that guy, you know, in their ear, basically trying to convince them, like, you know, saying and doing anything they can to, you know, help Microsoft look bad and let the law work against Microsoft. So you are correct about that. That's why I kind of described, you know, Sony as being a thorn in Microsoft's side, not necessarily the enemy or the battle is not being waged against Sony per se. It's not. It is the law waging a battle against Microsoft. So, Gabriel Ortiz Jr. is saying, not a Jim Ryan fan myself, but he's the devil you know and doesn't apologize for it. Rather than the devil, Phil, you don't. PR speaks volumes. Yeah, I mean, dude, I like that. That's not a saying I hear too often, but the devil you know. Yeah. It's an interesting way to put it. And that's, look, I feel like that's the position that Sony is in now in 2023, where I don't think it's that way for everybody. Like, I don't think somebody like myself or a lot of PlayStation fans, I don't know that they would describe Sony as the devil, but when it comes to how Sony communicates, the one thing I do give them credit for is that they don't really try to, some people think it's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. They don't try to bullshit you really that often, if ever. They just basically are like, yeah, this is how we're running our business, and we this is how we think it needs to be done, and how we're going to do it, and that's that. And the reason why it's so pronounced, though, and why people seem to have such an issue a lot of times with the decisions that Sony makes and the announcements that Sony makes, is simply because their competitor, that being Microsoft, is doing the literal opposite of that in many ways, and that's thanks to, like we talk about many times, like GamePass and buying publishers and studios and the whole nine yards. And I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but I've noticed that Phil Spencer, as the years have went on and as he's become higher up in Microsoft, his answers in interviews have become more and more and more boilerplate, more just kind of standard PR. Like I saw an interview he did recently where he's like, yeah, Halo is critically important to us and 343 is too. It's like, okay. Yeah, I guess I'm not saying I expected necessarily another answer other than that, but it's just, it's like, hey, we still believe in Halo. We still believe in 343. Forza is a big deal for us. Stuff like that's like, yeah, okay. I'm not saying it's like wrong or bad, but it's just, I've noticed that Phil Spencer has become more boilerplate over the years. And maybe that's for the best, to be honest, because like, I don't know that I would want Jim Ryan to be coming out here and just bullshitting, and in fact, the last major interview we got with Jim Ryan, I think it was last year. It was early 2022, I believe. And he did a fireside chat with Christopher Dring, I think. And that's like the last time we saw him. And I was like kind of surprised because he didn't give a shit. He's just like, yeah, we don't believe in we don't believe in the subscription model being the future for gaming. We think it's the live service model. And I was just kind of surprised because I'm like, dude, you're the head of PlayStation. Like, you do realize who you're saying this to, right? Like, you're saying that the future of gaming to you is live service. You're saying this to the PlayStation fan base. And you could just tell that, like, he doesn't care, And I kind of, like, even if you're annoyed by that, you kind of have to respect it a little bit, It's like, okay, well, there you go. He's not trying to bullshit you. And even later in that same interview, he was like, I think Christopher Dring was like, yeah, it must be great to sell like 10, 15 million copies of your big first party games. And Jim's like, yeah, that's good. But I would love it. It's great to reach tens of millions of players, but I would love it if we could reach hundreds of millions. And I'm like, geez, like he's making it clear, like, that's not good enough. And, again, like, love it or hate it, you got to at least respect how candid it is. But I will say, I think the funniest time, the only time I feel like I recall Jim Ryan being like super boilerplate PR, where it's like, get the hell out of here, was when he was like talking about the games that he was playing. And he was like, yes, I play, like, it was like around when Ratchet and Clank, you could tell like they just told him, like, just say you're playing this because this is the newest game that's coming out. It's like, yes, I've been enjoying the Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Yes, very much. And I'm like, dude, you're not playing Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Get out of here. But I mean, maybe he is. I don't know. It's just funny. Jimbo isn't out here with a Twitter account trying to convince people what they're doing is good or bad. Yeah. I mean, I get the sense that with Jim Ryan at the helm for PlayStation, Jim Ryan to me does seem like the type that wants to talk as little as possible and communicate as little as possible. And while that can be annoying, like, I just think that he is probably the reason why Sony kind of has this. Yeah, like, they do a lot of blog posts. They make quite a bit of announcements, but we also know that Sony for the past couple of years has had this kind of I don't know if it's like a mystery surrounding them. I don't know if I would call it that, but just this kind of silence at certain times where, you know, it creates a bit of anxiousness, and like people are like wondering like, when are you going to talk again, Sony? When are you going to announce something big, Sony? When are you going to do this? When are you going to do that? And I just think that Jim Ryan, based off of what I've seen, is very much like show, don't tell, you know, like we'll show you and we're not going to bother talking about it too much. That's the feeling I get. And I feel like if you even just look at the marketing of their big games in recent years, you kind of get that feeling with it as well, where it's like Sony with God of War waited until just like a month or two before the game came out to really ramp up the marketing. And prior to that, people were like, what's going on, dude? Like, how come they're not talking about the game? And it was because they clearly just wanted to wait until like, is it done? Is it ready to go? Yes, it is. Then let's go. You know? MBG sounds like a drug addict. When are you going to announce more? Yeah, dude, I'm over here like, Sony, come on, man. You know, I need that new AAA single player exclusive announced. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's funny because I feel like we can be like that sometimes, you know? We're over here busting Sony. Like, Sony's been delivering game after game consistently, and we're still over here like, yeah, but what else you got, you know? And I see, you know, believe it or not, I do see quite a bit of PlayStation fans. They come out and they're like, dude, like, give Sony a little bit of a break, man. Like, they're doing great. They got VR coming. They, you know, DualSense heads just came out. They got games releasing. They've been releasing games, and yeah, I mean, for sure. But the thing that I just simply can't get over with Sony right now is I just kind of can't get over the fact that they have not done a big show. And it's, I mean, you know, I basically became a meme last year because I kept saying like, okay, this is the month Sony's going to announce their showcase. And dude, it was like crazy. It was crazy when we got to September. And dude, if you had told me at the beginning of September, like, MBG, bro, they're not announcing a showcase, they're not doing one, I would have been like, nah. What do you mean? What are you talking about? That's impossible. And boy, was I wrong. You know, like they didn't do a showcase, and I just was kind of shocked by that, man. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I don't want to sound like I'm that dude that's like nothing Sony does is ever good enough or it's never enough. Because I don't actually feel that way. Like, I think right now Sony's in a pretty good position. I think right now the focus for Sony has to be on VR2, obviously. And right now I think they have some big third-party games they can kind of lean on a little bit. I mean, if you look at Hogwarts Legacy, I'm pretty sure Sony is feeling like, yeah, that game's going to help us out quite a bit. That's going to do well for PlayStation. And even a game like Resident Evil 4, you know, we see the partnership between them and Capcom. I don't know that Sony's too happy about the way Forspoken turned out. And that's unfortunate. But, you know, even looking beyond March, April, May, June, even within that 3-month window, they have Final Fantasy 16, which is colossal. So I think Sony's in a pretty good spot, but I will say that I certainly expect that there's going to have to be, you know, there's going to have to be a few things that happen between now and I would say like the launch of, I want to say the launch of Final Fantasy 16, because Final Fantasy 16 is, that's around the time when I expect Sony to go balls to the wall with a showcase. And I want to say this now. All right, I think this is important to say now. Because I was just talking for longer than I wanted to about the whole Activision Blizzard thing, and I'm not talking about that again. But I just want to follow that up by saying I think we need to buckle up and really prepare for a reality. And I might just be talking to myself right now, but I think we might really need to prepare for a potential reality in which June rolls around and Sony doesn't do a showcase. Because I'm just at a point where it's like, if Sony really is in like fully entrenched right now and they're not doing anything big until this acquisition is done, whether it gets blocked or it passes, it doesn't matter. Until it's over, they're not doing anything big. They're just doing smaller state of plays. I know it sounds insane. I see somebody in the chat right away saying, no way. Guys, I'm just telling you now. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but you need to be prepared that could be a reality. In the exact same way that Sony did not feel the pressure to do a showcase in 2022, let me ask you this question. Do you think Sony would have gotten away without doing a big showcase last year if it wasn't for God of War Ragnarok? I'm going to give you the answer to that. The answer is no. No, they couldn't have. It would have been bad. God of War Ragnarok is what allowed Sony to realize that we don't have to do a showcase. We don't have to reveal our hand. We can put the weight on God of War, and God of War is enough to bear that weight, and it was. Sony had an amazing holiday season, and that game sold gangbusters. And let me ask you, what game does Sony have lined up for the end of this year? Coming off of Final Fantasy 16. Spider-Man 2. They have not only Spider-Man 2, they have Final Fantasy 16 and Spider-Man 2 that they can lean on. And I'm just letting you guys know. I know it sounds impossible. I know it sounds to a lot of people completely unrealistic and no way. If it's true that this acquisition between Microsoft and Activision is going to last for another like year or so or longer, you got to prepare yourself, man, because they might just say, we're relying on Spider-Man. We're relying on and don't get me wrong, I don't want to make it sound like this means Sony won't make any announcements or have any reveals. No, I don't think that's the case. I'm just saying we might not get a big like in-your-face showcase. We might just get stated plays throughout the year. And there could be a big announcement or two in these stated plays, but I will tell you, one of two things is true right now. Either Sony is afraid to do anything big because of this deal, and they're afraid that this deal, if they do anything big, it's going to help Microsoft, or they're not. Now, we were told, supposedly, that in September of last year, Sony had a showcase planned, and they decided to cancel it at the last moment because they thought, you know what? We can't do something like this when we're trying to convince these regulators that they need to block this acquisition. So if that's really what Sony did, then I don't know what would have changed. I'm not sure what would have changed if, if that was true, like if that was actually why. So, seeing people telling me to go on Twitter. The actress who played Tess in The Last of Us has sadly passed away from cancer at the age of 45. Damn. Rest in peace. That is incredibly unfortunate. She did a great job as Tess. Really, I think she leaves a pretty strong legacy there. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Rest in peace. The HBO series of the game. The actress who played her in the game. So All right, let me continue on with these super chats. Yeah, 45, that's young. It's unfortunate, really. Very sad. Tim Malcolm, a member. Oh, you're becoming a member. Thank you, man. Thank you for joining the channel and becoming a member. I appreciate that support, my friend. Very much appreciate it. Kipford, you're saying, P.S. My corpse is still on that hill. All right, Kipford. I hear you. I hear you. Pragmaticat M, you're saying, I don't know if this is legal, but pyramid schemes are definitely illegal. I know, Pragmaticat. We know your thoughts on pyramid schemes and Microsoft, so we know. Thank you for that super chat, though, man. Fabrice, you're saying Phil Spencer said on IGN they feel more confident about the deal than last year. The FTC is literally a side quest for Microsoft. They are more confident than ever. They are the one with the money. Well, yeah, you're right. He did say that, and this is where I think like we have to acknowledge and identify that he could just be saying that. I mean, I don't think, I'll put it to you this way. I don't think anybody at Microsoft, if they are asked a question about this Activision deal, I don't think any of them are allowed to say, no, I don't think it like, I think it might be in trouble, or I think it's going to be problematic, or I think, I don't think it's going to go through. They're not allowed. I don't think they're allowed to say that, dude. Like, I just don't see a reality in which Bill Spencer's like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's getting hairy out here. I don't know that's going to go through. Like, no, he's going to say, yeah, we feel confident. We feel better than we did last year, And if you think about the way he worded it, by the way, that's very much like a subjective thing. You know what I mean? Like, he's not technically lying. You get what I'm saying? Like, if he says, oh, we're feeling more confident, like, you can feel as confident as you want. That doesn't mean shit. You know what I mean? Like you can be as confident as you want. That doesn't mean it's going to happen, So, I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't be true. I'm just saying that I think, it's in their best interest, Microsoft's that is, when public facing, to downplay the seriousness of everything that's going on. Because I assure you, the FTC is not just a side quest for them. And this, I know you're saying Microsoft is the one with the money. That's kind of the problem, dude. Like, it's not, the FTC is not a side quest for Microsoft. It's actually a massive roadblock that I'm not saying they can't get through it. They definitely can, but it's unclear if they will. And you're going to see people, you're going to see people that come out and they're going to say like, oh, this is what's going to happen. And you really need to not listen to those people because they do not know. No one knows how this is going to end. You can get people that are pretty confident, as Phil is, and it may go through, it may not. But the reality is this has yet to play out and we do not know. And that's why I hope Sony does do a showcase, because if Sony does a showcase, then we know. Then we know. Kratos99, you're saying MBG Microsoft did say if they make Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox, it will hurt the Xbox brand. Yeah, I know. Well, this is the problem with this whole thing is like when it comes to what Microsoft is saying, when it comes to what Sony hasn't been saying much. Realistically speaking, Sony hasn't really said anything publicly. Microsoft is the one that's really saying things publicly because they have to. I'm going to be honest. I believe Microsoft. Like, I believe they're not going to make Call of Duty exclusive now or anytime soon, but I don't believe for a second that they wouldn't consider doing it in the future. That's just what I personally believe. Chris B, you're saying Microsoft burned all of their bridges first with turning Bethesda games exclusive. What we're seeing now is Sony in oh hell no mode. The gloves are off. Yeah, neither Sony nor Microsoft are fucking around right now, dude. And that's where it's kind of annoying because it's like, can we just not? Can we just not do this? But it is what it is. Darkland22, you're saying, MBG, do you think Microsoft's another Atari? They'll cause another game crash like Atari did in the 1980s. Microsoft believes in quantity, not quality. No, I'm going to be honest. Like my stance on Microsoft and Game Pass is relaxing as time goes on, because I just realized that, they're going to do what they're going to do, bro. And all I actually care about, truthfully, as somebody who is a PlayStation enthusiast, is when it comes to Microsoft, the only thing I care about is how what they're doing ultimately impacts PlayStation and what PlayStation may do in reaction, if they are even reacting at all. That's why I've had to pay attention to Game Pass. Like, I don't have a personal vendetta against Game Pass to the point where it's like, it's, oh, if you want to subscribe to Game Pass to save money and have access to more games, what's wrong with you? You're killing gaming. Like, I don't know that I feel that strongly about it anymore, because I just feel like if you think about where the problem has ultimately stemmed from, like why Game Pass exists because Microsoft could not effectively sell their games. And the reason why they could not effectively sell their games is because collectively the market, the console market, and the gaming market decided that what they were doing either wasn't good enough or wasn't worth the money that they were asking for, or just wasn't worth a purchase. So this is why Microsoft had to pivot and change their entire business model to survive, to keep Xbox alive. Now, when I look at Sony, I see quite the opposite. I see that Sony's coming out and they've announced that, hey, our latest, exclusive release from our studios, God of War, set a new record, fastest selling first party game in our history. And this is where it's just like, I've said many times before, and I'll say it again, maybe both of these things can exist independently of one another. The only time things really become problematic for Sony in particular when it comes to Game Pass is how many games Game Pass is potentially taking away from Sony. That's something that Sony can have a very difficult time fighting against. And I think if you look at the Bethesda acquisition in particular, that's a great example of, it's one thing if Starfield is available day one on Game Pass and also PlayStation 5 for PS5 owners to buy. It's another thing entirely when it's not only taken off of the platform, but put into Game Pass as well. That hurts Sony quite a bit. It has the potential, I should say, to really hurt Sony quite a bit. And you can see that Sony has felt the need to make certain changes to be ready. Why do you think PlayStation Plus Extra exists? Right? PlayStation Plus Extra is there in case one day Microsoft completely transforms the market and people aren't buying video games anymore. If, Sony's just preparing for the worst case scenario, but Sony doesn't want their business model to change. There's no need for them to change their business model because it's still working. And I think, generally speaking, the PlayStation fan base is okay with Sony's business model. And, I think Sony could very well exist in the same space that Nintendo does when it's all said and done, where, I'm not saying that people will only go to Sony for their exclusives. No, people will always go to Sony for exclusives and third party. That won't change ever. But I just think that in the same way that people have just accepted that this is how Nintendo does it, and it's not changing. Doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. This is how they're doing it. I think that can exist for Sony as well. But the one thing I want to add to that is that Sony has also proven they are willing to be flexible when they feel like they want to or they have to. I feel like I have to say that because when you look at Nintendo isn't really flexible, or at least not that flexible. Whereas I feel like Sony in the past couple of years they've made some significant changes and done things that some people thought that they would never do, you know? So yeah, I think that right now it's just a matter of I'm focused on PlayStation and what they're doing, and I'm going to be paying some attention to Microsoft because they're going to have an impact on the industry and on Sony and on Sony's future to a degree, and on my future, right? On like, how are there any Xbox games I'm going to want to play? But do I think there'll be another Atari? No, I don't think so, man. Roshdom V2, you're saying if Sony does block the deal, do you think Activision has bad blood against Sony with future games and deals since they want to get acquired by Microsoft? Internally, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. If somehow Sony, I'm not going to say just Sony, but if somehow this deal does get blocked in the end, oh man. Well, I don't know, because we also have to keep in mind, if this deal were to get blocked, Microsoft would have to pay Activision a lot of money. I think they have to pay them like a couple $1 billion or something. That's not too bad for Activision, but you better believe Activision absolutely, and the board and the board members, they want this to go through. And I don't think that they would stop doing business with Sony. They couldn't. They would have to continue to do business with Sony. But man, those are going to be some awkward, like, conference calls, you know what I mean? with Jim Ryan. Those are going to be some awkward calls, bro. I wouldn't want to be in that room. Cut the tension with a knife. I see somebody saying they absolutely will. This is where I feel like people don't actually understand business at all. Like, you do realize that if Activision gets left high and dry and doesn't get acquired, yeah, they're going to have to keep putting their games on PlayStation. And they're very likely going to have to keep taking that money that PlayStation's paying them for their marketing deal. I think people need to understand that when it comes to business, yes, these are human beings with emotions running companies, but it's not just one person ultimately. It's a collective of people that have to make decisions, and you can't make I mean, it's happened before. I'm not saying it's impossible. But in business, you cannot make a decision that's driven by emotion that will essentially end your business. You cannot do that. And anybody who's ever made that decision, any corporation that's ever made that decision, has ceased to exist. So, it's when it comes to the world of business, unfortunately, it's not really a place of emotion. I'm not saying that emotion can't exist there. It should. I think it would be beneficial if it did, to a degree. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not a businessman. I didn't take business courses or go to school, but I feel like a basic rule of thumb is when you're making decisions for a company and for a business, you have to be as objective as possible and not let emotion take the wheel, so that way you make the best decision possible for the company. And that's just how it is. But, at the end of the day, again, these are human beings running these companies, and there has to be some degree of emotion. So, yeah, as the saying goes, like you're saying, it's just business. Yeah. It can suck though, too, you could argue that mentality is exactly why some of the shittiest business decisions are made as well. Because when it becomes too robotic, too clinical, it loses the human touch. Okay, we have other topics to discuss, though. Let me see. So a lot of people are asking me to talk about The Last of Us HBO. I will talk about The Last of Us HBO. My thoughts on The Last of Us HBO. I've watched both episodes. I'm very impressed, man. I am very, very impressed. I also want to add to this, though. Did you guys see that Season 2 is officially happening? Yes, that's right. That's right. Season 2 of The Last of Us was greenlit, and they made it clear they are covering the events of the second game. I really don't know how to feel about this yet. But what I will tell you is when it comes to The Last of Us HBO, I think dude, it's incredible. It is. Like, I was nervous that I wasn't going to be in agreement with like what the majority of people were saying, like when they were like, dude, this is so good. And I got to tell you, as somebody who has played the first game like a bunch of times now, and it's one of my favorite of all time, one of my favorite stories, one of my favorite games, it is so cool to see in this show how they are expanding certain aspects of this universe and adding things that I guess they just felt like couldn't fit into the game. The first episode, the build up with Sarah and just like, dude, that scene, I gotta tell you, that scene where she enters the house and the old woman is just sitting there and you see the tendrils coming out of her mouth. Oh, that was so cool, dude. Like, I honestly think that, I know this is going to sound crazy to some people. I'm not saying it was better than the game because it wasn't, but it was just as good. Like, I think the changes that they've made just work so well, and I love it. I love what they're doing. How do you guys? I'm curious. I'm curious what you guys think. Oh, real quick before I ask that question, another scene that really stood out to me, I thought was just so cool, man. Like, just the visuals, you know, I really love, I think there really is such an inherent difference between playing a game and experiencing a story that way and watching a show like this. The scene when Joel's carrying Sarah after the car crash and he busts through the door, or maybe he didn't bust through the door yet, but he's walking through the alley and he comes upon this alley where there's just all these infected. Like, they're not feeding. It looks like they're feeding, but they're actually like spreading the spores or whatever they are, the tendrils. And they're all just sitting there and he's just like holding her. And they, you know, the one looks up and notices them and you know, he has to start running away. Dude, when he was running, carrying Sarah, and dude, the way the infected, oh man, they really nailed it. Just like throwing their bodies across the room, just desperately trying to catch him. It was terrifying, bro. I thought that, like, damn, this is this is intense as hell. And when they were prior to that, when they were on the street, of a freaking plane, an entire plane coming in and crashing from the sky. It was awesome. It was awesome. And so there's just so much about it that I love. I just saw the second episode yesterday. And I wanted to ask you guys, how do you feel about the characters so far? Pragmatic Cat, you're saying they have to release part 3 by season 3, right? I don't know. No, I don't think so, dude. I don't think so, Pragmatic Cat. How did you guys feel about, yeah, dude, the clickers? Oh, man. I was really wondering how they were going to translate some of this stuff. And I am just so impressed, man. Like, I want to talk about the actors and the actresses. So, first off, Pedro Pascal as Joel. How are you guys feeling? And how are you feeling about the way they're portraying him in the series versus how they portray him in the games? I see Julian saying a 10 out of 10. Yeah, dude, I agree. I think Pedro Pascal is doing an amazing job as Joel, and I was really curious about how he was. Like, I feel like he looks like Joel. I feel like he has the demeanor, he has the mannerisms, he has the essence. And I think Bella Ramsey also has. I gotta admit, like, I did not think that Bella Ramsey looked like Ellie at all. And I was just having trouble. I'm like, she does not look like Ellie. I just don't see Ellie in her. But after watching the show, she has her essence, and she nails playing the character perfectly. And I'm like, this is why they cast her, because she knows the character of Ellie. And I gotta say, I am impressed by that, because I was really expecting I was really expecting that, like, maybe I wasn't going to be able to feel like she was Ellie, but I'm good with it, man. I am. And, oh yeah, dude, I saw people talking about how, I don't know, I forget his name, Gabriel Luna, maybe? I don't know if that's his name, but the guy that they got to play Tommy, Joel's brother, everybody was saying, like, dude, how does he sound just like the voice actor? And I was like, yeah, he does, dude. That is crazy. I was like, kind of like, whoa. And I want to ask you guys this too, because it took me a little while to realize, but I was like, hold on a second. Joel doesn't have a Southern accent. Like, I guess they told Pedro Pascal, like, you don't have to do a Southern accent. How do you guys feel about that? Because I realized that, like, in the second episode, I'm like, wait a second. He doesn't really talk with a Southern accent. And it's actually funny. It's funny because I swear in the first episode, at the very beginning, when they first show Joel and they, and he's sitting at the table eating, or, I think within like the first couple scenes you see Joel, I do think he was trying to do a little bit of a Southern accent. And then I think at some point it just dropped and I didn't even notice it. But I think it works. Like, I think it's okay. I don't know if maybe like they tried to get him to do the accent and it just wasn't really working. And they're like, just talk normally. And I think it's fine. You're saying it's, yeah, maybe it is a little subtle. Maybe they had him like tone it down. Cause I don't think the accent matters. I don't. I think that it's more important that he just when he delivers the lines, like, does this feel like Joel? And I feel like the answer is absolutely it does. Like, I was nervous because Joel's one of my favorite characters in anything. Like, I love Joel as a character, and for me, it was more important for them to nail the character of Joel than Ellie. I know that not everybody agrees with that, but that to me is what was more important. And I feel like, yeah, dude, Pedro Pascal absolutely nailing it. There is something else I want to mention though. And Josh, I'll get to your super chat in just a moment here. So my wife is watching this with me, right? And I have a friend who's watching it as well. And they both are familiar with the game. My friend played the game. My wife watched me play the game many years ago. So it's been a long time since my wife actually like saw the game. And it's been a long time since my friend played the game too. And something they both collectively said to me when we were talking about it, and I'm just curious to see what you guys think, is they both got a sense that it seems like the show is positioned. I'm trying to think of how they worded it, but basically the show is positioning both Joel and Tommy as like kind of shitty people, at least more. I don't know if they didn't use the word more aggressively, but they're basically saying that they're getting the feeling like earlier on in the game that they're like not so good people. And one of the things that I want to point out that was interesting to me, and unless I'm like completely missing something here, did anybody notice how, one of the changes they made in the first episode compared to the game was Tommy calls Joel saying that he's in jail and he needs him to bail him out. And I don't know, in the game, they never really, unless I missed something, and please tell me, I would be surprised if I missed it. In the game, when you're playing as Sarah, you pick up Joel's phone and Tommy's like blowing up his phone, right? And you don't really, like, the implication in the game is that Tommy was just at home or doing his thing, and he's like, he's hearing the shit that's going on, and he's like, I got to go to Joel's right now. So I feel like this is I don't know, man. I do feel, I see somebody saying they're preparing for season 2, and I'm gonna be honest, I am thinking like that's a pretty big change to go from Tommy, just being a regular dude that pulled up to Joel's and Sarah's and is saying, we got to go, to I need you to come bail me out of prison, you know? And the only reason, and here's the thing though, when it comes to one of the things that my wife and my friend were pointing out to me is they feel like they're making Joel be a total dick. Like they're making him like total asshole. And I'm like, well, because like one of the things they kept focusing on is they were pointing out like, oh, I can't believe the way Joel acted, or like, you know, when they were just driving by that family at the beginning. And I'm like, wait, hold on though, he did do that. Like that was in the game, you know. So it's like that was there, that was already established. And I don't know, like my wife was explaining that she just was getting these vibes that they're really trying to make Joel seem like a not like they're basically portraying him more, positioning him more as a bad guy than they were in the first game. And I mean, I don't know. Like this is where I'm like, I don't want to get my wires crossed here, because the only thing that's confusing me is what they're doing with Tommy. I only say this because I always got the feeling in The Last of Us that, yeah, Joel is not a great guy. Like I never saw him as a bad guy. I just looked at him as a survivor. Like I looked at him as somebody who threw morality out the window in favor of, you got to do what you got to do to survive in this harsh, cold, unforgiving world, you know? And I felt like that's kind of how probably everybody is practically, right? So I never viewed him as like a bad guy. And there, you know, there was even, and I'm wondering if they're going to talk about this in the series. I'm sure they are, and I'm very curious to see what they do. Where in the game, like you do find out that Joel was a hunter at some point, you know, and Tommy references that in the game by basically like saying, like you could tell like Tommy didn't like what Joel put him through to survive, and Joel has that mentality of like, I'm why you're alive. Like we had to do what we had to do. And so I'll put it to you this way. I feel like generally speaking with The Last of Us 1, I see somebody in the chat saying Joel was never necessarily meant to be looked at as the bad guy. I agree with this. Okay, I don't think Joel was ever meant to be seen as the bad guy, but I think he was always meant to be in that gray area. And the reason for that is because that's the only way the ending of The Last of Us 1 works. The ending of The Last of Us 1 exists in a gray area where there's no right or wrong, and that was the point. It's what would you do? Like what is right to you? What is wrong to you? Like, how do you feel? And it was that's what made the ending so thoughtful and provocative, right? And I don't get the feeling necessarily with the show so far that they're trying to go out of their way to make Joel seem like a bad guy. Like one of the things I want to bring up here too, and Josh, I apologize, man. I'm gonna get to your super chat. I'm on a roll here. One of the things I want to talk about is the way that they handled the scene where Joel and Ellie and Tess are getting ready to leave the compound and sneak out, and they established it was like a side character of some kind, like a small character, where Joel was talking to one of the guards, and he wasn't like friendly with him, right? Like Joel was talking to him like they're making deals, shady deals with each other, you know, in secret. With pills and whatnot. And this is the guy that happens to catch them when they're trying to leave. And one of the things they establish in the show is that if you get caught trying to leave the compound, you're going to get hung. Like you're going to die, you know, like it's like draconian, you know? And what ends up happening if you watch the show is you know, the guy is pointing the gun at him, at Joel, Ellie, and Tess, and Joel's trying really hard to be like, we can work this out, because he knows the dude. And the guy's like, no, man, no, like, I told you not to be on the streets, and I, like, he's not he's not working with him, basically. So he tells them to get on their knees, and he starts checking their he starts to check if they're infected. Ellie makes the decision to stab him in the leg, and at that point the situation's escalating. And it was cool. Like, I like that they did this for Joel, because this is the type of stuff that they're adding that, you know, I don't think that they could really do it in the game, where he's pointing the rifle at Joel with the flashlight, and Joel just snaps completely from PTSD because he's having flashbacks to what happened with Sarah. And it's actually interesting because earlier in that episode they show that Joel needs to basically drug himself to sleep. Like, he can't sleep. You know, he's like haunted by probably not only what he had to do to survive, but obviously what happened with Sarah. Like, he's just haunted by it. And I love that, because like these are things that are implied in the game, but it's because it's a game and it has to flow. They can't really have dedicated cutscenes to smaller stuff like that. That stuff exists perfectly here. And then but going back to the scene, he snaps on the guy and he beats this guy to death. Like, that's the thing that I was like, fuck, man. Like, he literally beat this guy to death with his bare fist. And I was like, okay, I don't know, man. I feel like this is it was like, I didn't expect that. You know, I don't know how I felt about that. I'm going to be honest. Do you know why? Because I feel like I wouldn't have I wouldn't have a second thought about that scene. Okay? Like, I would not have had a second thought about that scene if this was just a random guard. But what they did is, it wasn't just a random guard, man. Like, they made it clear, like, this is somebody that Joel has been talking to and speaking to for at least some amount of time. And it almost made me feel like, Jesus Christ, you know? And like, there was a scene later on in the second game where, no. I'm not saying, oh, he beat one guy to death, so now Joel's the bad guy. No, I don't mean that. I'm saying, like, I just think that they are earlier on in the show, establishing that, dude, Joel is not fucking around. Like, he is, like, I think that in the game, and this is just my opinion, it took really until certain moments in the game where you really started to feel like, oh, you know, like, yeah, so Joel's willing to cross those lines. But here's the important thing. Here's the thing about that scene that it changes things a little bit. Just a little bit. When Joel, like, does things in the game that are like, oh my God, you know, like, this guy, he just fucking, no mercy. It was usually only in moments when it was like for Ellie. And in this case, they actually added another layer where it's like, in a way you could argue like he did that to save his life, to save Tess's and Ellie's, because that guy maybe was getting ready to shoot them, of course. And you could argue it's just defense, but it like the PTSD trigger is like, this is something that they didn't really ever explore in the game. And it's very, very well done. So I'm not saying it makes him any more of a bad guy. I just think, if anything, it just adds to the complexity of Joel's character, where I feel like a lot of times in the game, it was Joel's a shitty guy, he's a survivor. It's implied that he's done shitty things in the past to survive. He meets Ellie. Ellie reminds him of his daughter, so now he does bad things and justifies it by, you know, I did this for Ellie. But in this case, it's like, it's kind of showing that it is creating even more of a gray area, where it turns out that, like, yeah, dude, PTSD is a real thing. You know, people, when they snap, they fucking snap. And and I think that's just, it was interesting to me. It kind of stuck in my head a little bit more Yeah, and you're right. That's the thing, is it was, you could argue that was a guilty conscience where, you know, he you could tell he felt like he was back in that same position, and he did the thing in that moment that he felt like he should have done, or he wished he could have done back then with Sarah, you know, and it's just cool, man. Like I gotta say, I'm really, really, really enjoying the show. Like I'm genuinely shocked at how fucking good it is. Where like they are blending things. Like, did you guys notice how when they were on their way to deliver Ellie to the Fireflies, there was that one scene where they entered the hotel. And if you played the game, you know, oh wait, this is out of sequence. But the hotel section of the game pretty much has no cutscenes. It's just like a pure gameplay segment. And I find it so cool that they found a way where it's like, we're going to take the hotel section and we're going to put it here, kind of like, you know, we're going to like reconfigure it basically. We're going to put it during the section when they're traveling with Tess. And it worked so well, where I'm like, this is why I think this show is done so perfectly, because they are putting things in here that if you played the game and if you are a fan, you absolutely will recognize it and identify it. And I have like a great appreciation where it's like, I'm like to my wife every 5 seconds, I'm like, oh, I know what this is. And she's like, can you just quiet? We're trying to watch it. And I'm like, yeah, my bad. And dude, the clicker scene, oh man, I was so curious how they were going to handle that. And you know what I love? And this is why I have such an appreciation for the live action show. And really, like, I was so worried, how are they going to do justice? How are they going to do this? Because in the game, it's a game, right? Like, you're going to take on 10 clickers and survive. And, you know, it's an intense encounter in the game, and it's great gameplay. But you can't necessarily... you could try to translate that, and I was wondering, like, is this how they're gonna do it in the show? Are they gonna make Joel kind of like a badass that's like, you know, taking on 5 clickers at once? Because a part of me did feel like, I don't know that would be that. I don't know that would translate so well. But they keep it, you know, they made it perfectly grounded, man. Where, dude, it was like what, 2 clickers total. And my God, like they barely survived. And yeah, dude, that scene when Joel was against the wall holding the flashlight, trying to quietly reload his gun, and the clicker's just standing right next to him. And the one thing I made a joke to my wife when in episode 2, Joel's just walking around with an assault rifle. I'm like, you know, this is too unrealistic. What the hell is Joel doing with an assault rifle this early in the show? Everybody knows he doesn't get that till the end of the game. And obviously it was a joke, but one of the things that they did do is they made it clear that, like, dude, this isn't a game, you know? Like, an assault rifle, you're going to have to make sure you put 3 fucking rounds into a clicker's head to take 1 clicker down. You know? And if you miss, or if you don't, you know, like in that scene, I noticed some of these nuanced things, and this is what I love. This is why I would love watching it, where Joel was kind of caught off guard at first by the clicker, and he realized like he's going to have to act, and he didn't, you know, he wasn't able to like line up his shot, and he, you know, squeezed a few rounds into the clicker, and it did literally nothing. It did nothing, you know, and I'm like, that to me is this. I love that they handled it this way, because this is more realistic. Like, and this is how you do it, you know. You make these things, these clickers, you don't need to have 10 or 20 of them. Just have 2 of them and make them insanely deadly. And this gets me so excited to see how they're going to handle the bloater. And another scene that I loved was when they were standing at the top of the roof, and you see the I guess the runners, right? And how there's like this, they do have that horde mentality, or they're together, and the way they were explaining how, dude, I love it, man. I love what they're doing with the virus, and they're changing some things about it. I love the intro of the second episode where it's back in 2003 and they're taking you to the first person who was infected, and they're like, they have a scientist basically explaining like, we are fucked. And it's so good, man. So I gotta tell you guys before I read these super chats that I really was thinking to myself, maybe there's a bit of hyperbole going around with the amount of praise that this show is getting. And I was fully, not to be negative, but I was fully expecting it's probably not going to live up to what I'm hoping it will be. And oh man, I gotta tell you, I am tortured because I do not want to wait each week now to watch a new episode. I'm glad there's a new one coming on tonight. We're going to meet Bill. Really curious to see how they handle this. And yeah, the wait each week is going to be torturous, but I am loving this show, dude. And I am just so thoroughly impressed about like, and I got to, I got to give credit where it's due, man. Neil Druckmann. I know a lot of people, hate on him, but knowing that he's the fact, I don't know, man, like the fact that he's so heavily involved and he's directing some of these episodes, it's really good, dude. Like he's like, I feel like I don't know the guy personally, but congratulations to him. I feel like he is doing something that we haven't really seen done before, at least to this capacity where, I mean, you could argue his direct involvement is likely why, because he knows the game, man. He's probably the reason why this is so true to what it should be. And I'm going to talk about something else, but Josh Z, sorry to make you wait so long, man. You're saying, at first I didn't really understand the difference on-screen acting and voice acting until Bella Ramsey's portrayal of Ellie. She feels and sounds 14, which is something I never felt about the game. And yet, dude, that's the thing is like, this is why, I'm so glad they chose to do live action and a live action adaptation for The Last of Us and not like something like Cyberpunk Edge Runners, right? Or animation, because I just really felt like if you don't go live action, like this game, I'm telling you, like The Last of Us is one of the greatest video games ever made, and it always will be. But this story and the world and everything, dude, it was made to be turned into a live action show like this. And I feel like you can see that. And you could just tell like there's so much more that nuance that, we have to acknowledge a video game is a video game. And that's what it should be, right? Like you cannot experience The Last of Us the same, like, trying to think of the best way to word this. I think a story like The Last of Us is a perfect example of something that is able to exist in the video game medium and achieve something in the video game medium that hasn't been done before, like back when it first came out, and also do something incredible outside of that in the form of live action. And I feel like you just don't see that. Like I've seen people saying that this is it. Like this is truly the first time we are seeing a video game taken to live film, right? Like a live adaptation that does it perfectly. And I will tell you, I'm not just saying this because it's PlayStation. I'm not just saying this because it's The Last of Us. I wholeheartedly agree. Like this is the single best live adaptation of anything video game related that we've ever seen. And I am so fucking curious, dude. So curious to see how they handle the ending of this series, because I'm just so interested to see like that. And I'm saying this because, dude, you have to think about the ending of the Last of Us game. There, like that. The only reason the ending of the Last of Us game worked was because it was executed to literal perfection. No flaws, nothing. Like it was unbelievably perfect. And it had to work in just a specific way, and they pulled it off. This is why I'm so curious to see the ending of the show. Obviously, we know how it's going to end, but we also get an idea now with the first 2 episodes of the way that they're willing to change some things subtly, and also add things as well that are pretty significant. I'm very curious to see how they do that with the ending of this, because this, dare I say, depending on what they add to the ending of the show version, they might be able to actually improve it further. I don't know if that's a possibility, because the ending of the game is, again, it's absolute perfection, and you have to ask yourself, can perfect get any better? I don't know. It's the exact same reason why people were nervous about a sequel of The Last of Us, because they felt like the game was so perfect, the ending was so perfect, that if you do anything more with it, it risks ruining it. And obviously, I know nothing is perfect, but you know what I mean. It's as close to perfection as I think we can get to. But I'm so curious to see how they handle the end, because I'm a little bit nervous of like, I hope that they don't screw it up, and I don't think they will. I mean, if the first and second episode are anything to go by, I have actually the utmost faith that the show's only going to get better from here. So Magnum Visuals, you're saying Fungus starts in a flower company. Then Sarah can't make pancakes for Joel. She goes to the neighbor's house and makes pancakes. So the old lady turns. No, bro. You had to have made that up, right? But I see where you're getting that from. I see where yes. That's very, I wonder, is that what they're putting down? And I don't know, man. That's impressive. If that's really what they tried to infer, holy shit. Yes, you're right. Oh my God. That's so good, dude. That's so good. Yes, you're right. That's so subtle, but because I feel like unless I missed something, yes, in the beginning of the second episode, they tell you like where the virus originated, and it was from like a flower company. Oh my God, that's so good. That's so good. Damn, dude. I'm like, my mind is blown. My mind is blown. This is, you know what? This is why I'm glad that I decided to make this a weekly thing that we talk about, because I know I'm going to miss some stuff, and that's so good. I love it. Bomb. Yeah, dude. I was like, geez. I think honestly, you know, what I'm so curious about with season 2 is, one thing I've noticed with season 1 that they're doing is they are putting more of a focus on the infection itself. And I feel like they're doing this a little bit more so than they did in the game. Understandably so. I think it's one of those areas where it's like, this is an area we can easily flesh out and make more of a focus on the show. And I'm curious to see like if this is something that they're just planning to do for the first game, or if they're going to continue it in the second game, you know, to really kind of focus on it in this way. But good stuff, Magnum Visuals. Subtext, you're saying, I disagree that they're making Joel more of a bad guy. In fact, the first 2 episodes made it clear that a cure isn't possible, which supports his choice. What? Well, please, Subtext, elaborate further on that, because this is, so here's something I want to talk about real quick, talking about the world of The Last of Us. Now, I'm not some kind of like expert on the world and the lore of The Last of Us, but I feel like I know a lot. Something that I feel like was said, and I please correct me if I'm mistaken. So in the game, when you find out that Ellie is apparently immune, I don't recall Joel or anybody else making, and again, please tell me in the chat if I'm misremembering. I do not recall Joel making it sound like he has seen this before, or he, you know, or like this is like a common thing that happens. Like, or maybe did he do that? Because I feel like is that line in the game? Okay, yeah. So I am misremembering. So I noticed in the show when he said that, like when he was like, we've seen this before, we've heard this before, like, yeah, it's not new. This is something that drives me insane because I need, like, I really was waiting to see, are they going to allow Joel and Tess to elaborate on this further? Because the implication, like the way he said it in the show, is he almost made it seem like they've actually seen this before. Like, this is not the first, and that's the thing, is it's like in the game, and I guess in the show, I'm trying to figure out, because I don't know, do they explicitly say like Ellie is the first person ever to be immune? Because I feel like that's not like that. I don't know, because you hear at the end of the game, Joel's like, oh yeah, there's many more like you. And I guess that that's the lie, but is it the lie? Like, I don't know, man. I guess maybe this is kind of the heart of the story, where you can't know, and there has to be a degree of faith, right? But then I saw, Tess's reaction, and Tess's reaction to it is, she's reacting like, holy shit, like this is real. And I think maybe the implication is that there have been people in the past who have attempted to claim that they were bitten or infected, but couldn't prove it. And they claim that they're immune, and maybe they weren't. Or maybe they actually were, but nobody believed them. But in this case, you could tell with Ellie's mark, like you could just sense the apprehension with Tess and Joel, where it's like, okay, like maybe you were infected, like you can't prove that. And then they have a scuffle with the clickers, and she gets bit again or infected again. And then that's like oh shit, like she wasn't bullshitting, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I would love to get more backstory. If I don't know if we're going to, but I would love to get more backstory. And one of the things they're changing, I gotta admit, it's like, dude, I really wish I would have waited to play The Last of Us Part 1 closer to the game or the show coming out, because I feel like I'm like mixing things up here. I feel like what Tess said, I don't know. She's like, you're going to take her to Bill and you're going to convince them. I don't know. I like it makes me feel like there's going to be hopefully further backstory on, like, like, are there have we actually seen anybody who was immune before, or is this truly the first time like anybody's, I'm just curious about that. And the reason why that's so important is because this is one of the things where it's like, this is kind of the lie that Joel tells Ellie, where it's like, yeah, there's plenty more people like you out there, and they can't figure it out, and you're just going to die for nothing. And, like, the implication is that that's not true. The implication is that, no, dude, like, she is the fucking cure for humanity, just her. But we have no way of actually knowing that. And I mean, I don't know. I'm diving into territory where it's like, well, that's the point, man. You're not meant to have the answers, because if you have the answers, then it ruins the whole thing. Jan Watkins, you're saying she is the only one. Well, this is why I gotta say, like, my interest in the show is skyrocketing, because I'm so curious to see, like, how they expand upon the, like, if I feel like the only problem with the show, and it's not a problem, it's a potential problem, and they're nailing it so far. The only potential problem with the show is, leaving that much room to explain things further and to allow more to exist. It does risk maybe removing some of the gray area and some of the nuance that, maybe because it was a video game, it could afford to have. And so far, they're nailing it. They're still maintaining it in just the right way. Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying MBG with your impressions and wave maxes with The Last of Us show. I will check it out, as I was hesitant with most video game adaptations to movies/TV. I hope with God of War, Horizon, Gran Turismo, etc. Dude, you know what? That's a great thing you're pulling up here, you're talking about these other adaptations that are being worked on. God of War, Horizon. Oh man, I feel so sorry. I feel so sorry for anything coming after The Last of Us, because Jesus, dude, there's no way. There's no conceivable way that they're able to nail it in such a profound way like this game, like this show is. I feel sorry. I almost wish this came afterwards, because I'll tell you right now, I do not see a reality in which the God of War show for Amazon, for Amazon? I do not see a reality in which that show is anywhere nearly as good as what we're getting here. I do not see it with Horizon. I see somebody mentioning the Ghost of Tsushima movie. That I could see being as good. Let me see. Yeah, it'll be, man. So really quick, I don't want to spend the rest of the podcast on this topic, but I do have to say this before we move on to the next topic. And that is Season 2. Okay, so I mean, we all know, I don't know what they're going to do, bro. I don't know. If there's one thing that seems to be true with the way they're handling this game, or sorry, I keep saying this series, is they're staying true to the game. The things that happen in the game are going to happen in the show. They may happen in a little bit different order. There may be some subtle changes, but it's happening. So what that means, we all know what that means. Here's where I am. Here's the question I have. So the difference between this show and the game is that I feel like the game, like, so we know that The Last of Us 2 story was a massive risk, but I feel like one of the things they had to kind of buttress that risk a little bit and pad it out is, even if you're somebody who was not happy about the shock, right, of The Last of Us Part 2 and what happens in the first couple hours, you still get to play the game. You still get that incredible gameplay. You still get that world to play in, right? Like, you have gameplay. The difference between this now is there's no gameplay here. This is just a show. This is just basically cutscenes, right? For lack of a better way of describing it. I'm telling you now, some will tell you that what Naughty Dog did with The Last of Us Part 2, the game, they pulled it off. Others will tell you they did not pull it off. It was very messy and not very good, and nowhere near as good as the first game. I feel like they have a serious challenge on their hands. I've seen people say, now, I don't know, I've seen people say that, dude, the TV audience is different from gamers. The TV audience is going to have no problem accepting what's about to happen and dealing with it, and they're not going to think twice about it. Is that true? I don't know that I agree with that, because I feel like people who watch TV shows and series and get attached to characters, let's not forget, like the difference between a show and a video game is exactly what we're talking about here. Dude, these are real people, real actors that make it even easier to get attached to the characters. There's a lot more nuance. There's a lot more about the characters that are being, brought to the table that are in place of what would be there for gameplay in the game. And so I do wonder how it's going to go down, man. And I'm sorry. There is a part of me that I look at Pedro Pascal And I look at HBO, and HBO is no different from any other entity that wants to have a successful show, dude. I need this to be understood. The Last of Us is a massive success, like massive for HBO and place like this. It's huge. It's colossal, bro. I don't know, dude. I don't know how they're gonna basically turn to everybody in the who's watching the show and say, "You're saying main characters in TV shows die in TV shows early very often." Do that? I mean, maybe you're right. That's where I'm saying, like, I don't know what the expectation is. A show that I haven't watched in a long time, but it makes me think of is The Walking Dead. Like, dude, Rick was he wasn't the only main character in the show, but they killed off Rick Grimes. And you could argue, like, oh, look, see, they could kill off main character. But, like, dude, look at the way they killed him off. You know what I mean? Like, they gave him a send-off, and it was because he wanted to leave the show. Do you think they were probably devastated when they found out, wait, we have to continue the show without Rick? Are you fucking kidding me? And he's not even dead. Yeah, that's the thing. He's not even dead. And I don't know, man. I'll put it to you this way. That's true. He's not even dead yet. Maybe he'll never die. I'll put it to you this way. If what Neil Druckmann said is true, and that is, he says when they do season 2, they're going to follow the events of that season of the second game. And they did make it clear that season 2 might be extended into like 3 or 4 seasons, which makes me nervous because I'm like, well, all right. I mean, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. It is a bigger game, a longer story, so I could see more seasons coming out of it. But Neil Druckmann claims that they are not going past the second game, right? He's saying this while simultaneously saying that we don't know if we're making a third one. And I know that there are people who are like, bullshit. You're working on a third one right now. Dude, I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't know how many times Neil Druckmann has to basically say, like, we don't know if we're making a third one to make it clear they're not working on a third game right now. I'm not saying it. Well, I could see The Last of Us 3 eventually happening, but dude, he literally tried to use Uncharted as an example of like, did you guys not see how successful Uncharted was? And yet we still moved on to something else. He's lying. I mean, he could be lying, but I don't know why he would lie. So one of two things is going to happen here. Either The Last of Us is done with the second game, and with the show, they're just going to do 2 to 3 seasons, and that's it. That's it. The show's over. And that could work. However, I just get the feeling that the success of this show is ultimately going to basically turn into a we need more seasons. We need to do more. So I don't know which direction it's going to go in. I don't think it's actually worth like looking that deeply into it. But I will be honest with you guys. Like, I know how people get with me, and they say, MBG, there's something wrong with you for not liking The Last of Us Part 2. That's fine. Like, dude, I'm not here to talk about The Last of Us Part 2. All I can say is that I'm trying to cherish this season of this show because, there is a good chance, there's a decent chance that with season 2, this show may fucking completely go off a cliff for me, where I'm like, well, I'm out. I don't want it to be. I gotta say, like, I will watch the events of the second game on HBO simply because I want to see what changes and what they add to it. And I've seen some people who were not happy with the second game saying maybe there are things that they could add to the story. I don't know. I don't want to be like that guy that's like, I understand what Naughty Dog was going for with The Last of Us Part 2, but I don't know, man. It's a bitter pill because, dude, I don't know, man. I'm really liking what they're doing with this, and I'm loving what they're doing with Joel's character. And, the thing is, they kill off Joel at the beginning of season 2. He's still going to be in the show. There's going to be a lot of flashbacks. And here's the thing about The Last of Us 2, the more I think about it, okay? This may sound shocking to some people, but the more I marinate on The Last of Us Part 2, the more I realize that I think that game actually did Joel's character a service. Now, hold on. I know there's some people that are like, what are you talking about? Here's why I say this. I hate that they basically just went into the game and said, hey, Joel, fuck you, die. Brutally. Immediately. Shockingly. I hated that. That was brave, MBG. This is therapy session now. That shit's funny, dude. But I hated that about the game. But here's the problem with The Last of Us 2 for me. That moment rocked me so hard that no moment that came after that mattered. It didn't. And I realize this now because when I think about, the one thing they did to Joel's character in The Last of Us Part 2 that I didn't give it enough credit for is they actually turned him into a good guy. Did you guys notice that? They turned Joel's character into a good guy. It's unfortunate that it had to happen after he fucking brutally died. But, I would argue that the scenes that they show between him and Ellie and the flashbacks, I feel like I just couldn't really care about what they were trying to convey because all I was thinking about was, how could they fucking do this? Like, how could they do this to this game? But I realized that if you think about it, the end of the first game made Joel seem like a bad guy to a degree. Like they made you question, like, man, this dude he's going to lie to her like that. And he just slaughtered everybody. And then throughout all of the flashbacks that they show in the game, I think really what they did in the second game to Joel was they humanized him in the most extreme way. They made it clear Joel's not invincible. His brains are on the floor. So yes, he's human, and he was just as much, a fucking target as anybody else in this world. He ain't protected by no plot armor. And you got to admit, like, yeah, that takes some fucking balls, dude, to do that. And I didn't like it. Still don't like it. But later throughout the flashbacks, you see that he got to where he needed to be. Like after everything he's been through, he was the father. He was finally able to be a father, right? And they show that through the flashbacks with Ellie, and they show the hard moments where he has to admit to her that he lied to her, and he knew that put a black mark on his relationship with her. And then at the end, the very ending scene when they show Joel and Ellie talking, and he makes it clear, like, I would do it again. I would do it again for you without hesitation. And I know you would still hate me just as much for it, but that's love. And it's like, okay, like, the more I sit on it, it's like, I think that they did, I don't know, man. I think, yeah. And I think I'm not trying to say that I was wrong about The Last of Us 2, because there's still things about it that I still wish that Abby was not a thing that we had to experience, in the sense of I did not want to play this game as Abby. Like, I fucking hated that. And people ask me, like, dude, you're going to go back and play the second game again. And that's like why I don't want to. Because I just didn't enjoy that part of the game. But I realized, like, I'm so interested to see with season 2 now how this translates, because I don't know. Maybe I'm just misremembering. Maybe if I were to go back and play part 2 again, I'd be like, you know what? Never mind. I hate this game. I take everything I said back. But I do think that maybe I just, it's a harsh game, It is. Like, the way that they kill off Joel, it really is basically letting you know, like, dude, listen, not everybody's going to die a hero, not everybody's going to get a heroic send off. And I understood that. I couldn't stand playing as Abby, dude. And I don't know. I got to be honest. I do feel like Abby got hers too. The more I think about it, the ending of part 2, what happened to her. Yeah, I mean, she got hers in a way. She was a complete shell. Anyway, Zanarkand Blitzer. I hope you end up enjoying it as much as I do. Josh Z, you're saying it would be the best chance for them to make changes so Joel's fate doesn't come out of nowhere. And they could write Abby in a way that doesn't feel like she's being shoved into the audience's face. Yeah, that I agree with. That's the thing, is they're either going to go into this second season being like, these motherfuckers are in for the shock of a lifetime. And they're like going in with that shock factor. Or they're going to go in with a, maybe we should try to ease them into it a little bit more than we did with the game itself. Because, dude, the thing about the game is, my God, there's no, like, what I think would have been cool? And I'm going to end it here because I have other topics I have to discuss before this turns into a 5-hour podcast. I think what would have been cool is if, like, they let you play a whole 5-hour. I'm just kidding when I say this, but you're going to play a whole 5 hours of this game as Abby's dad. So that way you understand the weight of, I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. But yeah, just to wrap this topic up, Echoes93 says The Last of Us 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. We need a spin-off game, an entire game dedicated to playing as Abby's dad. I'm kidding. Yeah, so pretty much to wrap everything up, because this went way longer than I wanted to, the HBO series of The Last of Us is absolutely incredible. I'm in awe of how good it is, and it's actually so good. I know this sounds crazy. It's so good. I can confidently say I'm going to go into season 2 with, at least I'm going to try, with as much of an open mind as I can, and seeing how they handle it. But I love the show. I'm very impressed, and yeah, it's nice to see. So another topic we have to discuss before, God, this is why I cannot. Well, you know what? Actually, I pretty much have touched on almost all the topics. I was gonna get mad at myself and say, guys, I did that thing again where I told you what I was gonna talk about and then didn't talk about it. Actually, no. We've touched on almost everything that I said we would touch on, except one thing, and this is gonna be the final topic of the episode. Guys, do me a favor, please hit that like button for me. Hit that like button for me. See if we can get to 400 likes. The final topic we're discussing is a PlayStation 5 Pro. Okay, yes, this is something we have to discuss because it has now come out that it seems clear Sony does not have any intention of doing a PlayStation 5 Pro. This is something that we have been discussing since, believe it or not, the launch of the PS5, because people, I think it's understandable. We come off of last generation with here's a PS4, 3 years later, here's a PS4 Pro. This is our first time doing oh yeah, I got to talk about the Edge controller as well. Well, you know what? We'll talk about hardware in this topic, PS5 Pro and the Edge controller. But it's understandable that people would kind of anticipate a Pro because up until the time Sony released the PS4 Pro, it just wasn't something that we expected or thought would happen. And it was really the first time we've gotten like a mid-gen console refresh. Again, it's understandable why people would expect that again. But Tom Henderson, probably the industry's most reliable insider, one of the most, he's come out and he has elaborated further on what to expect from Sony with a PS5 Slim, a PS5 Pro. First and foremost, PlayStation 5 Slim is apparently not a thing. In fact, I'm almost beginning to question what exactly is going to happen with the PS5 hardware this year, because I think we were under the impression and we were under the belief that Sony's going to make a big deal by announcing the new PS5 model, and it's going to be a Slim. Maybe they'll call it a Slim, probably not, but it will be significantly smaller, and it will look potentially somewhat different from the PS5. And, it seems like that's not going to happen. Based off of what he's being told, it's being talked about as like Gen 2 PS5, like Generation 2 of the PS5, where they have completely cut down on the amount of components that they need. And he even said that it seems like it's going to look similar. So basically what I'm gathering from this insider information regarding the Gen 2 PS5 is basically this. I think we're going to get what ends up just literally being a smaller PS5. I think it's going to look identical to what it looks like now in terms of like having the plates, the aesthetics, but it's literally going to be a shrunk down PS5. And that's it. And I don't think they're going to even really acknowledge it that much. Like, I think they're just going to say like, I don't know, man. I could see Sony even going as far as just releasing it, like we've seen multiple revisions to the PS5 thus far. And these revisions have been mostly internal, where it's like the PS5 units that are being sold now on store shelves are, they're using less components. They have, they're taking up less space inside of the console than the launch models, but the form factor hasn't changed. It hasn't shrunk physically at all. I think what we're going to see now from Sony is, we've cut down on the internal components, but now we're actually just going to shave off the amount, like basically just a portion of it, like I almost look at it as the PS5's getting a, it's getting like a haircut in a way, you know what I mean? And that's how I'm looking at it. And I was anticipating something much different than that. I was anticipating that Sony's going to make a big deal of this and like, here's the PS5 Slim and it's going to be very different in some ways. And they might still do it that way. But based off of the way Tom Henderson's talking about it, I don't think it's even going to be a big deal. I think the biggest deal about it will be that if you buy a disc-based PS5 model, the disc drive is detachable, and you can buy a separate disc drive if you want. If you like, that's what I'm getting from this. But yeah, the biggest change to Sony is probably the fact that they're only going to have to manufacture one model. But Tom Henderson also says that he has heard more about the PlayStation 6 than a PS5 Pro. Basically, what he's trying to say is he hasn't heard a single word about a PS5 Pro. From any of his sources that he talks to, they're not mentioning a Pro, but they maybe have made reference to a PlayStation 6. Now, I would love to know what exactly he's heard about the PlayStation 6. I mean, maybe he hasn't heard anything specific. He just literally means like his insider or sources have told him that like, yeah, PS6 is real. It's in the works, but nothing about a Pro. This doesn't mean, I want it to be known that these are rumors coming from a reliable insider. It doesn't mean that we could take them as gospel and like, oh, now we know exactly what Sony's doing. Sony could still be planning a Pro. We don't know. But the problem with that, as we've talked about many times, most people right now, the overwhelming majority of people right now will tell you, we don't need a PS5 Pro. Like, why would we need a Pro when we're 3 years into the generation now, we've barely seen these consoles fully tapped into, and we are just now finally beginning to get away from cross-gen games. There's no need for a Pro. And frankly, at this point, when I think about the PlayStation 6 and I realize that it's going to be difficult for Sony to sell people on the next generation because the law of diminishing returns is now almost in full swing, where the PlayStation 6 will offer some major upgrades for sure. And games will look a lot better than they even look now in some ways. And it can get better. But the problem is it's going to be more difficult to communicate that to a more casual, I don't want to say casual, but to the general market, because look at what Sony did with the PS5. They had to find a way, okay, we can't just be good enough. We can't just rely on better graphics. We need haptic feedback in the controller. We need something special with the DualSense. We need an SSD that is mind-bogglingly fast and way ahead of anything else on the market, right? We need to do something special, basically, with this console that isn't just, here's more power, here's better graphics. And that's going to be pretty difficult, I think, for Sony to pull off with the PlayStation 6. And, they have their work cut out for them. And I really do just feel like at this point, a PS5 Pro would just make that even harder, completely needlessly and unnecessarily. I see somebody saying, why are we even talking about a PS6 now? It's not so much that we're talking about a PS6 where it's like, oh, here's the new information we got on the PS6. No, we're years out, as we should be, from the PlayStation 6. It's more along the lines of we're just basically using the PlayStation 6 and what it likely will end up being as a reason as to why a PS5 Pro probably shouldn't exist. So, in general, talking about a PS5, I'll be honest with you. If Sony makes a PS5 Pro, I'll buy it, and I'll buy the PlayStation 6. I'm a PlayStation enthusiast at this point. I'll probably buy almost everything that they make when I'm able to afford it. And this helps me segue into the DualSense Edge. So I don't have a DualSense Edge yet. And there has been... So here's what I'll tell you about the DualSense Edge based off of my research. I've been reading and listening. I'm mostly listening and watching multiple reviews. In fact, I think Mystic, shout out to Mystic, dude, makes great PlayStation content, best of the best. He put out his review of the DualSense Edge, and I think he absolutely nailed it. But he was saying something that I've seen other people saying as well, and that is that, dude, this is by far like one of the best controllers on the market. It's one of the best controllers money can buy, easily the best controller Sony's ever made. It does what it set out to do very, very well in terms of functionality, adding those extra layers, those extra configurations, making it so you can program the back buttons and having that software customization. It has all the bells and whistles that you would expect. There are only two downsides to it that I've seen talked about, that I've seen discussed so far. The biggest by far is the battery life. And this is interesting to me because what I'm beginning to realize is that anybody who is put off by the battery life, I feel like, I'm not speaking for everybody, but I just get the sense that anybody who saw that the battery life lasts 4 to 6 hours, they probably weren't planning on buying it in the first place anyway, because anybody who is planning to buy it or who has already made the decision that they are buying it or did buy it, they don't seem to care at all. And here's the thing, objectively speaking, 4 to 6 hour battery life is not good. It's not. Like, I think we can all agree that that's really on the low end. And if you're paying $200, my God, I think it's totally reasonable to anticipate, like, can I at least get 10 hours, please? 8 hours, right? Like, it's a bad battery life. There's no denying that. However, the question isn't, is it good or bad? Because objectively speaking, that's not good. The question is, does it matter to you? And I'm realizing that, like, looking around at what people are saying, a lot of people are telling me that, dude, I'm buying this controller to get every single advantage I can in the games that I play, specifically competitive multiplayer games. It's going to be wired like the whole time. It's going to be tethered. And that, to me, that is funny, because if you're that person, which I think a lot of people are, or at least a fair amount of people are buying this controller looking for it to be tethered to a wire, it's a non-issue for you at all. It's not a problem whatsoever. You're not using it wirelessly. But I've also seen a lot of people basically saying that, dude, yeah, 4 to 6 hours, that's not ideal, but I don't play my games rarely ever for more than 4 hours in one shot, let alone 6 hours. So it's like, yeah, I guess that's a non-issue for you too. I do on occasion play more than 4 to 6 hours at a time. It's not often, but there are those random times when I do, and I could see it being kind of annoying in that moment where it's like I'm into a game and it's 6 hours in, and I think it also has to do with how much you're using the haptics as well and all the features. But as for am I going to buy the DualSense Edge? I want to, yes. I think it looks great. I like what I'm seeing with it. The battery life doesn't really bother me that much, frankly, because I don't know. I'll have to, whenever I do buy it, I don't know that I'm buying it right now, but eventually down the line when I do buy it, I'll report to you guys and let you know, because I'll tell you right now, I would be pissed off if every time I'm going to play my game, it's like I keep seeing that, oh, you need to charge your controller, popping up. I would get pissed off and be like, this is ridiculous, but if I'm anticipating that, like, for example, the DualSense Edge or the regular DualSense controllers, their battery life lasts between 8 and 12 hours. I can't tell you the last time. Truly, I cannot tell you the last time I was playing a game and the low battery warning symbol came up. Now, granted, I have the official charging dock that Sony sells, which I highly recommend. Best accessory I've ever purchased for ever. Like, dude, the official PS5 DualSense charging dock is incredible. And I'm serious. Like, if you are buying a PS5, that, in my opinion, is a must-buy accessory. I don't usually feel that way about any accessories, but the charging station for the controller, and it's not because of low battery life, it's because it's just how damn convenient it is, man. It's so convenient. So I highly recommend getting the charging station, but that's how I play. And yeah, and the thing is that the charging dock works perfectly with the DualSense Edge. So the way I see myself using the controller is frankly the exact same way I see how I use the controllers right now with the DualSense, which is I sit down 2-3 hours, 3 hours being on the high end of a one sitting playing a game. Because I don't know how you guys play games, but I play at different times throughout the day. Maybe in the morning if I'm able to, I'll try to get an hour or two in. Maybe sometimes I can't. But then I'll play, if in the afternoon, maybe there's nothing going on, I can do it again, or in the evening. And maybe the longest I'll sit down and play is for 3, maybe 4 hours on the high end. And on very rare occasions, I go beyond the 6 hour mark. So, for me, I just imagine the DualSense Edge experiencing it the exact same way I experience my DualSense now, which is I play it and it has a lower battery life, and I don't even notice that it has a lower battery life. But I like the look of it. I like the features. But my whole thing is I question how much I'm going to use the features. I like the detachable sticks. I like that you can change them. I could very easily see myself making use of the back buttons. And that's the other problem that people have with it is apparently, some people are saying that a controller for this price tag should have a minimum of, it should have at least 4 back paddles or buttons. I could see if you're already using a controller that has 4, yeah, you probably don't want to downgrade to 2, but I think for most people, they're probably not going to care too much about that. But yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to the hardware talk. There's not too much to dive into, frankly. I feel like the DualSense Edge, it really is one of these things where it's like, it's either for you and it's for you, or it's not, and you're going to pass on it. When it comes to a PS5 Pro, I think at this point, it's safe to say it's looking very, very unlikely that Sony's going to do it. And I think most people at this point would agree that's probably for the best. The PS5, one other thing I forgot to mention about the PS5 that I'm sure many of you know, but it's worth mentioning, is that the PS5 is very powerful. When the PS4 came out, it was not really cutting edge technology. It was still kind of older tech to a degree, not super old, but to a degree in which it's like, it felt like maybe there should have been more in there. It should have been more cutting edge. The PS5 is pretty cutting edge in a lot of ways and will, stand the test of time for quite some time. And it's not like by the time we get into the 5th or 6th year of the PS5, it's going to be some really underpowered potato or anything like that. That's not what the PS5 is going to be. It will, obviously there will be things better than it out there, but the PS5 will hold its own for quite some time. So yeah, that combined with intense optimization, I think it'll be fine, man. I think it'll be fine. But guys, we are now at the 4.5 hour mark of the podcast. I am spent. My coffee, my mug's empty. I'm worn out. My voice is starting to go. So this is where I'm going to conclude episode 145 of Press X Podcast. And before I do, I want to, you know what? God, I'm annoyed because I wanted to make this announcement at the beginning of the podcast and I forgot. So me and Devil Shooter did figure out a way to create chapters for the podcast. So going forward, chapters should be available for the podcast within 24 to 48 hours. So huge shout out to Devil Shooter for doing those timestamps for me and the community every week. He does an incredible job, and his work should go even more utilized, I guess you could say at this point. I'll go even more appreciated now that we'll be able to convert it into chapters, because people have been asking for that. So yeah, shout out to you, Devil Shooter. Huge shout out to all of my channel members. I want to shout you guys out before concluding here. Shout out to Lefty Cross, Chris B, PlayStation Pete, Padsy, Pragmatic Cat, Skin Tight Salmon, Nakamichi, Hidden Leaf Tutaka, Whiskey Gaming, RU46, N2 Ray, and Josh Z. Also, shout out to Bear, Sir Speaks a Lot, Introvert Gaming Dude, Michael McCon, MBG 9505, DG Ad, Rune Gasoden, Space Gambler Jr., Kevin Kahan, Zanarkan Blitzer, JD TV, Aaron S, Shaky Shako, Tyson Webb 509, and Black Manta 1989. Thank you guys for your continued support month over month, and a massive shout out to every person who donated a super chat. I cannot stress enough that it is your direct support each week with the podcast and with any other streams I do that makes all the difference in the world to my channel here and my ability to be able to produce the content at the rate I do. So a big and sincere thank you to you guys. And I also want to add to that, because I feel like I don't say this enough. You guys also keep the conversation very interesting. I promise you the conversation would not be going on for this long if it wasn't for you guys and your input. So I always consider you guys, the chat, but certainly the super chats in particular, as the co-hosts of the podcast. So thank you guys so much. One last favor I'm going to ask you before leaving, just hit that like button on your way out. I would love to see us get to 400 likes if possible. Space Gambler Jr., shout out to you, man, getting that 24-month badge. Love to see it. Love to see the support. I'm glad you enjoy it. And that does it. That's episode 145 in the books. I hope you guys like the new setup. I hope to keep this setup going. I enjoyed it, had a good time, and that's it. We'll see what the next week brings, and I will catch you guys here again, same place, same time next Sunday. So till then, everybody, take care. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.